Hello and welcome to Act 1 of the 2017 Sailing Champions League here in the beautiful backdrop of the grand city of St. Petersburg in Russia on the shores of the River Neva. You couldn't get a more wonderful backdrop. We've got a lovely sandy beach for us, and standing beside me to look at all the SAP analytics that are going to be coming off the boats from the trackers is Marcus Bauer, who's still shaking because just behind us is the city, is the fort of Peter and Paul, and there's a very loud bang at midday every day, and it rocks the whole city.
Very loud, and if you know about it, you cover your ears, but I didn't, and it was a good laugh for everybody knowing it.
All right, so we have had 17 races yesterday. We've got lots and lots on the schedule again today, so we're in for an exciting weekend.
Absolutely. I mean, as you said, the venue is spectacular. It was good breeze yesterday. It's great breeze today. I'm surprised. I followed the weather forecast in the past days, and it didn't look so sweet. It's great wind. It's going to be a little bit more shifty today, I believe, but good sailing, and we're in for a great 4 hours of following the second day of this Champions League event.
Okay, well, I've just been given the weather for the afternoon because it's just gone midday here in St. Petersburg. 25 degrees today. It could get a little bit warmer, but there's a nice breeze, so it's going to be sunny. 25 degrees, a southerly wind of 10 to 12 knots. But actually out there on the water to our left, and we'll be going straight onto the water live in just a few minutes' time. What are the conditions like for the sailors?
Well, as I said yesterday, we had good breeze, and it was coming along the river. So it was sort of a funneled breeze, bit more stable than today because it shifted to the south. It's still blowing out of that other river mouth that we have on the other side of the coast, but it's slightly more offshore, blowing over the city with slightly confused, creating slightly more confused breeze than yesterday. The other thing that really matters here in St. Petersburg is the current. It is flowing out of the river, and it's stronger in the middle of the river as opposed to the sides, and that plays a big role in how the strategy evolves for each team.
All right, well, we have 21 teams from 11 nations here at the Act 1 of the Champions League of Sailing, and this is how it all went yesterday.
Ciao, sono Jacopo Plazzi del Circolo Canottieri Aniene dall'Italia. We are here for Act 1 of the Sailor Champions League in beautiful St. Petersburg, and just see how the day was.
It was a pretty perfect day. Sailing in front of the historical center of St. Petersburg. 10 to 15 knots of wind, a strong current, and challenging races for Europe's best sail clubs and the best sailors in the Neva River. 21 teams and only 13 places to qualify for the final at Porto Cervo in September. After 18 races on day 1, Ostlegal Sailing from Vladivostok is leading the fleet. The St. Petersburg Yacht Club used its home advantage and held on to second place. The Finnish sailors from Alanska Segelsällskapet finished third. The show goes on until Sunday.
And this is how they look at the end of day 1, and in fact we've had a bit of action today already, and we'll be joining them live for the next race in just a few moments' time. But those are the leaders from France, Club Voile Saint-Quentin, followed closely by the Italians, the Finns, and then the St. Petersburg Yacht Club, who are hosting us here, are currently in 4th place. So who would you say are the teams to look out for?
Well, I think the hot favorites are the Italians. I mean, they have a great track record. Team comes from Rome. Not that that makes a difference for their sailing, but they've got an amazingly talented and experienced skipper. And that's the ones I would put my money on, but obviously there's many other teams that can win this. Great performance by the team from St. Petersburg, the local favorites. I think they have done very well so far. Strong performance yesterday, dropped a little bit on the leaderboard now, but I think they have all chances of winning this. Norwegians have been strong in the past, always in the Champions League, won 2 years in a row. The final, and well, the French are showing a strong performance. So lots of teams who can do this. Leaderboard is still super close, and it's going to be an exciting 2 days of Champions League racing.
It's the top 13 that will qualify from this event to the grand final in Portocervo in Sardinia in Italy in September. So it's the top 13. That is the target for all these crews. This is where we are, and this is the course that they will sail in a few minutes' time.
So it's up to the windward mark, back down to a gate, back up to the windward mark. Yesterday it was down to the finish, but today we do 3 laps, back up once more, 3-lap course, really short, and down to the finish.
And the first race on the water will be the beginning of Flight 8. Race 22, which can make it sound complicated, but basically every flight has 3 races, and we have 7 boats. So if you do the maths, it means that every team will have 1 race per flight.
So here we have the start line. That's the orange flag, between the orange flag and orange buoy in the background there, red or orange. You help me, Alec, on
Orange.
that. Here's the colorblind co-commentator.
Now you tell me.
By the way, this is a good look down the river where we see the boats lining up for the start. This is where the river flows from, and current is stronger in the middle, pushing the boats towards the windward marks. So the boats want to be in the middle of the course on the upwind to use that current if the wind favors that part as well. There's also a pin end favor now. Now there's the line. It's the pin end mark with the orange flag. That's the line, and the orange flag in the foreground. And that orange flag down there, the pin end mark, is favored, and the current is stronger in the middle of the race course. So great start for the boat leeward, which is the Yacht Club Scheveningen. They came out quite well. Also a good start on the Danish boat from Frederikshavn, and the first 2 boats on the pin end have tagged. The boats in the middle have tagged.
So let me just run through who's who. So we've got different coloured boats, 7 boats. The black boat is boat number 1. That's got the Dutch who are currently in the lead. Then we've got the grey boat, which is number 2 with Regatta d'Antibes of France on board. Boat 3 is being sailed by the Finns, who are in 3rd place at the moment, and that's the blue boat. The green boat is number 4 with Chiemsee Yacht Club of Germany.
Who had a terrible start, by the way. That's the boat lagging behind.
And the yellow boat is boat number 5 with Sweden's Cape Crow Yacht Club. Boat number 6, we've got a camera on board that. We'll be going on board to have a closer look in a moment. That's got the Danes on board, who are currently in the lead. And then number 7, boat number 7 is the pink-coloured boat. And these colours, by the way, you can see on the bow of the boat, the pink boat that has the poles on board.
So interesting battle in the foreground. That is Cape Crow Yacht Club in the foreground, just tacking now. And the team from Antibes rounding first. The pin end starters from Scheveningen and Frederikshavn, Denmark, went behind. And now it's going to be interesting to see how low do these boats go, because now they sail against the current and they will try to avoid that current and influence.
Almost a touch there, if not a definite touch. What's the implications of that?
Let me go back in the sailing analytics and check. That's a tricky incident. The jury will have to decide that one. It does look like the boat from Frederikshavn pushed inside, and from my point of view, I'd say they weren't allowed to do that. but the jury needs to decide that, obviously.
Well, if a penalty is given to any boat, it's a 360 turn, so it'll be pretty obvious to spot on the course. But right now, we're looking at the leaders from France, the Société de Régate d'Antibes, followed closely by the Swedes.
Now, it's a different picture than yesterday. The boats can't get out of the current easily. They're pretty much sailing in a straight line towards that leeward gate. Super short course, by the way. Lots of maneuvers, quite demanding on the crews, pulling up the spinnakers, pulling it back down. And here the leading boat is sucking really low. That's the boat from Antibes to make it to the left-hand side of the gate, to head out into the strong current again onto the left-hand side of the race course. That concludes lap 1 of this race. 2 laps to go. Let's see. Oh, it's really close here at the gate. We see one boat heading out to the right-hand side of the course. That's the course that we're closer to, that our camera is closer to. So boat 7, that is the Danish boat, Frederikshavn.
We're on board with them now, the Danes of Frederikshavn Sail Club.
Well, they have actually headed out to the left, then I got that wrong. Let me...
Chris Human on the helm there that you can see.
One boat heading out to the right-hand side, that is the team from... Help me out here, that is Poland.
Yeah, the Poles are from Giżycko.
Giżycko, right.
And they're on boat number 7.
So they're really winging out to the right-hand side.
We can see them right close to our drone camera here. Just tacking now.
And this boat from Giżycko,
yes,
they rounded. The first one in last position, climbed to 4th, and we'll see how they do in the weaker current closer to the shore, but obviously with shifts ranging up to 20 degrees here on this offshore breeze, even being in the lighter current. Sorry, they were in the lighter current closer to the shore. They could still gain a place.
So here we are at the top mark again with boat number 2 with the Régate d'Antibes rounding the mark, and you can see it now from our graphics, and it seems to be working for Giżycko, who are now coming in 3rd into that mark. So
great race for them so
good
far.
Tactics there, yeah.
Great race. Rounded last, climbed to 4th, headed out to the right-hand side, now round 3rd. Well, can they make it around? Who's Frederikshavn just squeezed in there on the inside.
Meanwhile, the French and the Swedes beginning to grow that lead at the front of the fleet as the rear-ender number 3 comes in to the mark.
The wind has shifted a little bit to the right, sailing much more into the river now. The French team on the left-hand side of the screen, they opt for the middle of the river. Stronger current, but is there also stronger wind? Good breeze for Cape Crow Yacht Club, who headed out on towards the inside.
So the Swedes in the lead now. Not much in it between them and the French. And I think it's going to be a 2-boat race this for the win. Cape Crow Yacht Club up there near the well placed in the overall leaderboard after a day of racing.
And a nice move by them. Actually, the French went too far. They had weaker breeze in the middle of the river. Well spotted by the Swedish team from Gothenburg. And they are in the lead now.
Their target, they told me, is to win here in St. Petersburg, win overall. But of course, the target for everyone is the top 13.
Antibes is opting for the left-hand side. So now the Swedes jibed once more, and they're heading out to the right, where the Polish team caught up 1 place on the last upwind. So lots of place changes still happening, and a really interesting split now between the French and the Swedish team. And hard to say what's going to pay off. One thing's for sure, the French team is sailing into the stronger current, but it doesn't mean that it's going to work out. We saw that on the last upwind. But that's the interesting split on this upwind.
So you can see the order of things in the top left corner of the screen. So how does that work then? If the current is weaker closer to shore, how have they managed to take that lead, the
wind,
catch the leaders?
The wind would have shifted, and they would have caught a favorable gust. So it can only be that. Either the wind has shifted to the right, so they went a shorter distance over the right-hand side of the course, or they went faster because there was stronger breeze. So positions changing all the time between the French and the Swedes. So far it looks like the right-hand side is winning again. Cape Crow Yacht Club going high. I can see that in the SAP Sailing Analytics. They're getting lifted. The French have tacked because they don't want to materialize that loss already. They're still hoping for the wind to shift back to the left, but great work on the Swedish boat so far. Back
and
on
there
board.
are the Danes, placed third at the moment in the fleet. Chris Human at the helm, one of 2 Danish teams taking part in this Sailing Champions League. Remember, they've qualified through their national leagues, so these are the pinnacle sailors of the individual national leagues. And a very close cross there between the Danes as they come up to the mark. The Swedes and the French have already rounded it. Now come the Danes. And with the boat so close, these maneuvers have to be spot on, because otherwise you're going to let your opponents, you're going to give them that chink that they will need to close the gap.
Absolutely. So they're actually training quite hard. I mean, it's 4 people who have to work in perfect coordination, and these are boats which are being sailed all week in the sailing clubs. You know, people get together and train hard on them to perfect those maneuvers, because it's inches that count. The racing is super close, and yeah, you have to be spot on. Great work on Cape Crow Yacht Club, a very young yacht club who brings together a lot of young sailors, great talent, really good training schemes, and you can see, you know, they train a lot, and it does pay off. Great race by them so far.
The old man on board that boat is Eric Malmberg at the grand age of 31.
Which is young for sailors still, you know.
Absolutely.
When you're sailing with 31, you can still call yourself young.
We have a really wide range of ages in the fleet. We've got, I think we've got someone in their 60s, 62-year-old Max Visser, who's on one of the Dutch boats that we'll be seeing later on.
The Swedes are opting to sail close to the shore into the lighter current. Probably the safe route to take, but they let the French go a little bit, and if they would catch a strong gust, I don't think the current would matter that much. Doesn't look like that's going to be an issue. They're closing into the finish already, and they're not in danger of getting caught back by the French team from Antibes. And
here they go. So the Swedes cross the line in first place. Patrick Sturesen of the Cape Crow Yacht Club.
And the line, by the way, is the same line that's being used as a start line. It's the orange flag and the in the foreground, and the pin end flag, which is a little bit hard to spot. I think there should be a bigger mark, but we can see it now. It's the orange flag in the background.
And what a backdrop St. Petersburg offers us. Absolutely fantastic. Some grand old buildings from the 18th century. A city full of history, and a city with sailing pedigree as well. This yacht club and this spot of water has hosted many of the the world's top sailing regattas over the years.
We spoke about the Polish team a little bit during the race. They climbed up to third after their first lap, but then dropped back down to sixth. We didn't follow why. If I have the time, I'll have a closer look at what happened there.
So dare I suggest that that tactical move close to shore was more luck than judgment?
Well,
we'll have to ask them.
I'll follow back up on where they lost out.
So we can confirm the top three then. Cape Crow Yacht Club of Sweden, Société de Regatte d'Antibes in third, and the Frederikshavn Sail Club of Denmark in third place. The Germans were fourth. The Dutch team of Yacht Club Scheveningen. They were teasing me about my pronunciation of that. I know Marcus does a better impression of Dutch, but anyway, they were in fifth. That's it. Well done.
Well, we'll work on it.
The Poles in sixth, and the Finns
sure on that one.
And the Finns, and this is interesting because the Finns, who have been doing so well overall, finished in last.
By the way, I looked at the Polish race, and they got caught out on the right-hand side of the race course.
So the Finns, I was just looking at their results yesterday. They got 2 wins, a second place and 2 thirds. So they have managed podiums in most of their races so far. So they will be extremely disappointed with their performance in this race. Now we're hoping to hear from Tim Cruz, who's out on the water with, it looks like, the winning helmsman from the Swedish team. Let's see if we can hear from him now.
Yeah, I can hear you guys. It's beautiful out here. We've got the winner with us, Patrick. You come from Gothenburg, so you're used to a little tide, a little current, but this is much stronger than you have at home, right?
It is. It's very difficult out here, and it's a very tricky venue with a very biased course and a lot of current.
How was it? I mean, you won anyways. And the funny thing is, I interviewed you yesterday already and asked you how are you guys doing and what's your goal, and then you said, we want to win. And I thought, well, they believe in themselves. I guess you do, and you were right. I mean, you won this easily, didn't you?
I would not say easy, but we got everything right in this one. We had some problems yesterday with some tough situations, but we feel that we have the boat speed and good start, so we are happy and think we can improve today.
Tell me how it was today, because to explain to the audience, the difficult thing is the current goes this way, the wind goes this way, so if you don't do anything, you don't move, do you?
Yeah, that's right. So it's very difficult starts where you have a lot of problems to kill time. So it's very, very crucial with the timing to the starting line, more than usual.
How do you guys practice? Do you have a J70 at home and you practice regularly, or because I know you're a great match racer, but how do you get together, you four?
So we get together in the match racing. We don't do anything in the G70s except from the National League and this stuff, but we're sailing the M32, which is it's even quicker and even tighter, so we get good communication on board.
Yeah, you're a great sailor, so you four must really be able to communicate really well, otherwise you won't achieve anything in the J70, right?
That's correct. It's a really tight course and a lot of good sailors here, so the communication is very, very crucial.
Would you say you're four friends?
Yes, we are, definitely.
Oh, that's very nice. We met Norwegian guys yesterday, and they said, what's your goal? They said, we want to beat the Swedish. Is it the same with you?
Of course, we like to beat the Norwegian as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
Your club has a beautiful name, Cape Crow Yacht Club. Where does that name come from? It's beautiful.
So it's from the point where our clubhouse is based. It's called Kråkudden in Swedish, so it's translated, it becomes Cape Crow, and yeah, Yacht Club.
Say it again,
Kråkudden.
Kråkudden, that's something for you, Marcus. I know you love languages, so maybe you repeat that. Kråkudden.
Thanks, Tim. Patrick Sturesen, the helm of Cape Crow Yacht Club, winning their second race of the regatta. They're 26 points in total in the overall leaderboard, so that's 9 points behind the leaders before we get carried away with talking about them winning the regatta overall, and they sit 9th overall in the leaderboard. But some pretty impressive sailing over the last day and a half, with 2 victories and a couple of other podium places as well. So the Swedes doing well and looking good for qualification. Remember, we're after the top 13. But there is a whole afternoon of sailing. We're going to be with you for the next 3.5 hours, and the sailing will continue even beyond that if conditions allow, because they have a lot of races to get through. So we're on board with the Italian team as they prepare for the next race of Flight 8, race 23 in total. They're the Circolo Canottieri Agnene of Rome, and they are in boat 3. That's the blue boat. They're the ones to keep an eye out for, and obviously they are currently sitting second as well in the overall leaderboard. And Marcus, you mentioned them as being potential favourites to win overall, and they're certainly well placed to do that.
Sure. I thought that was a good start for us to follow the racing today, because one thing is clear: the course is definitely not single-sided. You can win the race on both sides of the race course. There were people gaining on the left, there were people gaining on the right, and it's going to be a really interesting game and gamble that we're going to see evolve in the next 4 hours. And for anyone who's been to St. Petersburg, you'll recognize that golden dome as the Isaac Cathedral, currently a museum, and the center of some discussions as to its future at the moment. And to the left of it, wants it back, is that correct,
I
Alex?
believe the church wants it back, and there's a bit of a tussle going on about that. But it has been a museum for many decades, I understand. And to the left of it, probably one of the most recognizable buildings in Russia, the Hermitage Museum, with some absolutely extraordinary works of art.
Which is the former summer palace of the...
I believe so.
Of the Tsar.
I've been working so hard here, I haven't had time to visit, so I can't be sure.
Poor you, Alec.
Now, the other thing about this body of water is you can see that that motor vessel. It's a bit like the Bateau Mouche on the Seine in Paris, isn't it?
It also has a Venice feeling to it, I find.
It is a city of canals as well, but those commercial boats, this is their thoroughfare, and they need to be kept some distance from, and the course is set up. You can see the big red buoy to the left. The boat is that sailboat is just passing it right now. That is the limit of the racetrack, and our sailing boats are not allowed to go beyond that, because that is a commercial channel.
The other mark you see in the middle of the picture right now is the starting mark.
With the red flag,
with
yeah.
the red flag.
Or orange flag, whatever it is.
Yeah, and the other orange flag on the starting boat that marks the starting line, and the starting line is currently slightly favored to the left. It was also in the first race. Slight bias to the left at the moment. Left hand is biased anyway because of the stronger current in the middle of the course. So boats will be tending to want to start at that pin end downside of that side. If you start there, you cannot tack. The boats windward of you can prevent you from tacking, and it's a short leg. You don't want to go too far out onto the left-hand side. You want to tack early and make it to the windward mark and not overstand it, and by that going extra unuseful distance.
That's our second onboard camera as we count down 48 seconds to the start. We're back on with the Italians. The other camera is on board with Lord of the Sail, one of the four Russian teams, I should say, taking part here in St. Petersburg. So with 30 seconds to go, talk us through this start and the maneuvers that they're trying to do, and the positions they're trying to get themselves into.
As I mentioned before, pin end side of the line is favored, and obviously boats want to be over the line with maximum speed when the starting gun goes or the horn toots, and you can see they're lining up really well now. Some think they're a little bit too early. They bear away not to push their boat over too early, and here we go. Start goes off, a nice lineup of all 7 boats.
Look like a clean start as they're all away, tussle between the Italians and the Danes at the top end of the line.
But
And with time, we will see them spread out, and we will get an overall leader to give you.
And boat number 1 just tacking now, doing what I mentioned before, already heading towards the windward mark. They don't want to head out too far. Everybody has tacked already. Really, really close lineup here. Nice battle between those boats, 3, 8, and 1.
So let's run through them. Boat number 1 is the black boat with Club Voile Saint-Quentin of France. Boat 2 is the grey boat with Kerteminde Sail Club of Denmark. The Italians, we've talked about them, are in the blue boat on 3. On 4, Yacht Club Sopot of Poland. Boat number 5 with the yellow bow, Trondheim, the Norwegians. Lord of Sail is our camera boat, boat 6 with the red bow, and finally boat 7 with the pink bow is the Regatta Club Bodensee of Switzerland. And currently it looks like they're challenging for the lead against the Danes and the French. The French team sail at a club just on the outskirts of Paris. They're used to sailing on a small lake, and they say conditions here aren't massively different.
So rounding first is boat number 2. Is that Kerteminde?
So that's the Danes, Kerteminde Sail Club of Denmark.
Followed by
The French
from Paris.
from Saint-Quentin, and then we have the Swiss in 3rd place. And now the spinnakers are deployed. Nice coloured spinnakers to make identification of the boats even easier.
The Italians from Rome, my personal favorites, in 4th place, and let's see what they can do about that. You know, are they able to catch up?
Well,
At the moment, there's not much in it for all these boats because there's a strong gust going through. The boats are sailing deep, and they're sailing straight towards the leeward gate.
well, if anyone can work out how to make his way up the fleet, it's Italy's helmsman Lorenzo Bressani.
And he is jibing. I find that unusual. He is jibing away. And they're sailing, it's called butterfly. Spinnaker on one side, mainsail on the other side. They're going really low, and they went low beforehand already. Really interesting what they're doing there.
And that allows them, as the leaders come up to the bottom mark, that allows them to sail a straighter line.
Well, it allows them to sail dead downwind with a little bit more sail area, and I'm surprised they're now heading out to the other side. They didn't catch a boat so far. They closed in, but really that move didn't help them much. They didn't close the gap. If anything, it opened up a little bit. So
But the battle for second place is very close indeed between the Swiss and the French. Nothing in it as they rounded that gate. But the distance between the leader and second place is increasing. I wonder if the tussle for second is actually costing those teams distance.
Well, the first 2 boats heading out to the left-hand side are pretty sure about what they're doing there. Current-wise, you never make a mistake. So if you're in doubt, you would want to go towards the middle of this race course. You need to really see something promising on the right-hand side, a big gust coming in there in order to counteract that current effect. Kerteminde Sail Club in the background still leading the pack.
Closest to us and just tacking away at the French with the number 1 on their sail as they head back in towards that mark, but the Danes are just about to round it. Now, the battle here for second is all go as the French look like they've held their line to come into the mark, and sneaking in to take third place, boat number 7 with the Swiss of Bodensee. on board. Can't hold it though. And the Italians
rounding in fourth, still really, really close.
The Italians are in third now. They rounded in third with the blue spinnaker, and again they take a different line.
Jiving away, going on the inside, going for the lower current, but covering a lot of extra distance, and the other boats are almost, they're actually laying the finish. It is a bit of a desperate move by the Italians.
But Bressani, a really experienced skipper.
I'm still surprised about it.
And he's obviously convinced by this tactic. It's the second time he's tried it, and we'll see when they get to that bottom gate if it worked.
So he rounded in third position. He's currently being ranked fourth because that boat in the background, Regatta Club Bodensee with the purple spinnaker, is ranked ahead of him right now. But will he benefit from the lower current on the left-hand side? Jibing back now, converging towards that boat from Lake Constance. And it doesn't look like they can get a piece of him, does it? They've got right away. Maybe they can.
Meanwhile, the leaders round the bottom gate for the final time.
It's one more lap to go.
Yeah.
It's not, they're not sailing towards the finish yet, so.
Now the Swiss still registered by the data as being in third place, but when we get a nice wide shot, here we go, we'll have a better idea, and that is absolutely correct, because there are the Italians with the blue spinnaker coming down to the gate in fourth.
So again, they tried that right-hand side of the course, didn't benefit unless they want to head towards that right-hand gate mark here now, which I think would be an interesting move, because looking upwind, we can see that there's stronger breeze on the right-hand side. Judging from the drone images we have here, they're slightly grainy, so not 100% sure, but I think if the Italians jibe here, and I think they will, I think that could be a great move for them, because it looks slightly fresher on the right-hand side. Perfectly even split, they rounded exactly at the same time, the Italians and the Swiss.
But we're watching the Danes, the leaders, sailing away, looking nice and relaxed, knowing that they have quite a distance on their nearest rivals. Heading to the top mark for the final time before the race, the final leg down to the finish line. Closest to us, second placed French team from Saint-Quentin. The Italians on boat number 3, trying to close the gap on those two boats ahead of them. The Swiss tack.
And the French, the Italians go ahead.
Yeah.
They pass that tack again, and they do turns. They must have hit him. So they shake him off right there. That's third place for the Italians now.
And now we'll see what the Swiss can do. They were given a penalty. They had to do a 360 turn. The leaders around the final mark. And now in second place, Club Voile Saint-Quentin. As the Italians round that mark in third place. Not much in it between them and second. The Swiss, having completed that penalty, now round the mark, so it wasn't a massive disaster for them. They've lost only one spot, which tells you how far behind the rest of the fleet were.
So is this last downwind going to be a procession, or is there a chance that the Italian can still catch up one more place? They're going low. Oh, and a terrible hoist on the French boat. It was
Italian
just,
boat,
it was
Italian boat.
Oh, that was the Italian boat.
Yeah.
Okay, so that they gave that opportunity away right there. I think it's fair to assume that this is going to be a procession towards the finish. First boat almost there. Pin and Mark already in the picture. Kerteminde Sail Club is going to win this race.
Jürgen Moore Ernst at the helm, just 22 years old, but showing his coolness and calmness as they took the lead and held on to that lead and increased it. Look, almost 100 meters as they cross the finish line to claim that victory.
High
victory
fives
to
on
the
board.
Danes. But the battle for second continues, and that looks to be in the bag for the French, and barring disaster. Let's see where they are. How far back are they? 80 odd meters. There's the finish line, the committee boat, and the French Club Voile Saint-Quentin cross the finish line for second place. But the Italians not too far behind them at all in the end. But a few tactics on board that Italian boat that they'll be analysing. They'll come back on shore, no doubt, and have a look at the SAP analytics, see if those tactics are worth trying again in future races here in St. Petersburg through the afternoon.
It's not our job to interfere with the race management, but it does seem like the last lap doesn't bring in many position changes anymore. A bit processional, fleets drawn fairly far apart, but not always easy to make that call whether it's right to do 2 laps or 3 laps.
Regatta Club Bodensee from Lake Constance now crossed the line in 4th place. So where are the remaining 2 boats? 2 boats? 3 boats.
Well,
I've never been good at maths. Here's the 5th place finishers. And it's quite close in the end, with the red spinnaker of Lord of the Sail of Russia coming in. And of course we'll confirm all these results shortly once the data has been checked and confirmed, and the Norwegians from Trondheim also finish the race. So the race is over. Race 23 of this Champions League act in St. Petersburg, and our second live race of the day. It's all part of Flight 8. 3 races per flight. We've had 2. We've got 1 more to come, and that'll happen shortly.
Looking at the SCP sailing analytics, I get a really interesting correlation between the final rank of this race and the performance data of the boats. The Kerteminde Sail Club was just about the fastest boat on the racetrack in this race, and it sailed the shortest distance, the dream combination every sailor aims for. But what's striking is that reducing distance was the winning strategy, and the first 3 boats had the lowest distance in the fleet, going close to the rum line, sailing low on the downwind, making the best of the available shifts seems to be the recipe for success here on this racetrack.
And what a spectacular racetrack it is. Right in the center, in the heart of St. Petersburg. As we look up the river, Tim Kruse is out on the water, and he is with the winning Danish team.
Jürgen, how easy was that?
It's pretty easy. Once you have the start, I think you have 90% chance of winning if you get a good start.
Still, I mean, this is difficult. You could mess up a lot because you have this current going this direction, the wind coming this direction, and we saw many boats crashing today already. We saw sails in the water like an anchor, and you did really well. How did you do that?
It's like if you get in front in the start, you have more room to play around your competitors and use the wind and the current if you want. But if you're like 2 or 3rd, then you really have to fight to keep your place. But we just took it as easy as we could. Yeah.
It looked easy, You guys seem to perform really well together. Did you practice a lot?
Yeah, we've sailed 4 seasons in Denmark before. So
On the J70?
Yeah, on the J70. So we're quite a turned-in crew now. Yeah.
You practice, you come from Funen, which is a big island in Denmark. And you practice on the Baltic Sea, which is totally different from this, although we're so close to the Baltic Sea. But this has nothing to do with it, right?
Yeah, it's very different. We don't have the same kind of current as in here, and the wind is quite shifty, and that's also normal in Danish league because we're always close to the shore. And we had a few problems yesterday, especially with the current. So we had a really bad day, but I think today we have it figured out.
Finally. What was your goal coming here?
Our low goal was just qualifying for Sardinia. And our high goal was beating the other Danish team, of course.
And the Swedish and Norwegians.
Yeah, of course, also them. Yeah, yeah, that could be fun. Yeah. But after yesterday, I think top 13, and we are satisfied. Yeah.
Will you be sailing in Sardinia then?
Yeah, the same team. Yeah.
Okay, very well. We must tell the audience that you guys come from the club that invented the Falke boat. Is that right?
Yeah, that's quite right. Actually, last week we had the 75th Gold Cup, which is the World Championship. Yeah, it's quite a different boat from the J70, but it's still fun to come from that place.
Did you participate in that World Championships?
No, not this time. Last year I did. Yeah.
Okay. So you guys probably, when you come from that club, you have to start to learn on a Falke boat, or did you do the regular way, like going on an opti and then laser and so on?
Yeah, I did the regular route with the opti. My father and me, we don't always agree with the Falke boats. We think they're slow and boring, but they have their own charm, I guess. Yeah.
Okay. Well, thanks a lot for your honesty. That's interesting. We kind of love them, but I'm a little older than you. That's probably why. So a little slower sailing is nice too. Very well performed. Thank you very much.
Kataminda Sail Club, second in the Champions League last year. They won it in 2014, so really we shouldn't be surprised by the pedigree of sailor that they are providing for this competition. 22-year-old Jürgen Mohr-Ernst, who's won that last race that we watched, and that is their second podium finish, I believe, of this particular regatta. So race number 3 of Flight 8 coming up, the final race of the flight. And let me just explain that as we listen to these interviews and we watch the spectacular images of St. Petersburg, the actual crews, and this is, they're all very disciplined and well trained. The crews get off their boats. The new crew replaces them on board that boat. The appropriate club flag is hoisted, and within a few minutes, the next race gets underway. And it works like, so far, it's worked like clockwork, and it's been pretty impressive.
And it's worth mentioning that a lot of sailors love that format because you can waste so much time in sailing fixing your gear and making it competitive or gaining an advantage through optimizing it. And all that is taken away by this format. The boats are similar. They're probably not absolute clones, but they're similar enough. And since you cycle through them, in case there would be any sort of advantage, it just levels out and evens out, especially in this sort of racetrack, which is heavily demanding on strategy and tactics and not only on boat speed. So a beautiful format for sailors to enjoy without a lot of the hassle that you get in other boat classes.
So what happens if one team damages a boat? Do you admit it? Do you not admit it? Well, the new crew that get on board that boat have a couple of minutes to check over the rig, to check the boat in general. And if they're happy, they're happy. If they're not, they have those 2 minute limit to raise it with the jury.
Exactly, and if a boat breaks down, there's a replacement boat, and that gets cleared, and then the fleet is complete again, and that system works pretty flawlessly. It's very, very rarely that races can't be started because there's 2 failures on 2 boats. So pretty solid setup. It's a good drill by now. All the sailors play with it, and also the shore crew is really experienced.
A solid setup, Marcus, but how straightforward is a J70 boat to rig and to maintain?
Pretty straightforward. It's a nice club sailing boat. It's also performing really well in stronger winds and waves, and it's easy to rig. It's got a light carbon mast, beautiful to sail. It's a great boat for this purpose. I sailed it myself at a few regattas. There's also a little winch in the middle of the boat that's placed there for cruising, really, and that should be taken off for the racing. That's the only thing that I would criticize about that boat, is get rid of that winch. But no, seriously, it is a great boat to race, especially in these inshore tricky sailing conditions, but it's also beautiful when it's big waves and windy.
Well, let me run through who is on which boat. The black boat is Russia 7. The grey boat, the boat with the grey spinnaker and bow, is one of the German teams competing, one of 2 German teams. Regatta Verein from Hamburg.
It's about 2:30 to go to the start, so boats are already checking the start line.
And we're on board the blue boat here, which is the Dutch boat from Almere Central Yacht Club. The boat with the green bow, boat number 4, Regatta Club Oberhofen of Switzerland. Then comes another Dutch team in the yellow boat from Massenruhe. Boat 6, the red boat, is a Russian team, Ostlegal Sailing from Vladivostok, and boat number 7 is another Russian boat, St. Petersburg Yacht Club. So we have 3 Russian teams. 3 of the 4 are competing in this particular race. Race 3 of Flight 8. That is the committee boat, the bottom end of the race with a minute and bottom end of the course, the start line, sorry, the bottom end of the start line with a minute and 40 seconds to go. And just sailing through the shot there is boat number 5 with the Dutch of Massenruhe on board.
From the city of Ruhr.
Yeah, their club is on a small lake down in the southeast of Holland, if any of you aren't aware of the geography of the country. Not far from the German border, and they are one of 3 Dutch teams competing here in St. Petersburg, one of 2 competing in this race. The other one being Almere Central, the National League champions, so they'll be some of the favourites for this race, and they are on our camera boat, boat number 3, the blue boat. So 50 seconds to go. How difficult is this J70 to manoeuvre in a pre-start?
Easy. It's a very maneuverable boat. It has a very narrow, very small turning circle, and no issues whatsoever. There's a number of these kind of boats around. The J70 is a fairly young design, light rig, makes it easy to turn. It's a match race boat as well, so it's really made for that sort of racing. Advantage on the start line, we should mention, again, a slight port end advantage.
So the seconds counting down, the start line in the center of your picture.
Oh, and a daring start by the
Dutch of Almere.
Can they make it through? No, they have to tack because they get pushed to tack by St. Petersburg Yacht Club, the local heroes, and they push them back out to the left. Nevertheless, beautiful start by the Dutch. They saw that the other boats were late, heading towards that pin end, and they took that advantage, and they can now squeeze off St. Petersburg Yacht Club, who is tacking now, and the Dutch are following in suit. All these boats on the left-hand side in the stronger, favorable current.
So the Dutch on the right, there we go, the Dutch at the center of our shot, the leaders of this race, with the local crew right behind them, and then their fellow Dutch competitors in 3rd place. So we're now on board the leading boat, looking back as the rest of the fleet breathe down their necks. It is very close indeed.
Really nice work on them so far. Skipper looks happy. Small sailing club on the border of Germany, is that correct?
That
Alex?
is Regatta Verein of Germany. Just went through our shot just then as well.
Regatta Verein.
Oh, how do you pronounce it?
Norddeutsche Regatta Verein. No, but I was talking about the Dutch team. That's a small town.
It's close to the German border.
Close
that's
to
right,
the German
yes,
border,
yes.
60,000 inhabitants.
Yeah,
All fans of this team,
I'm
as
sure
we
they
stated
are.
before.
I'm sure they are. So the Russians tack, and now the leaders do as well as they head towards that top mark. St. Petersburg Yacht Club holding their line though, the number 7 boat.
A little bit surprising that they tacked so early. Why'd they do that? That surprises me. But they still easily round first. Great work on them. Not a beautiful rounding. I think they should have avoided those 2 tacks. They could have had a bigger lead. And coming in the last second is Ostlegal Sailing from
Russia. The Russians are
from
in
Russia. And where are they based?
Well, I'm just.
Oh, big gust hitting the 3rd place boat. That is
That's
Russia
St.
7.
Petersburg Yacht Club struggling to round the mark.
Gust coming in there, so we can see it is gusty here.
So I'm just double checking those graphics. So we've definitely got the Dutch, who led away from the start, still holding that lead. Then in 2nd place, Ostlegal Sailing of Russia. They are from Vladivostok. You couldn't get much further away from St. Petersburg than Vladivostok. And then the Swiss come in 3rd place at the moment. So the leaders looking back, keeping an eye on the opposition.
It's that big gust that pushes the whole fleet back together. It's the closest race we've seen so far. All boats within, let me check. All boats just within 50 meters of each other.
John den Engelsman at the helm of that Dutch boat, 55 years old. Not the oldest helm in the fleet, but getting close. And at the moment, showing all his experience to hold on to this lead. As Ostlegal Sailing of Russia breathe down their necks. Bottom gate, the leaders are through. No change in 2nd place, but will there be a change in 3rd? It looks like there will be, as St. Petersburg Yacht Club round that gate. And it's very close with Regatta Verein of Germany as well. So confirmation in the top left corner of the positions according to the trackers on the boats. It's the Dutch, it's the Russians, and it looks like the Swiss managed to hold on to 3rd place despite that challenge from St. Petersburg Yacht Club. On board, 2nd placed Russian boat. The men from Vladivostok, silver in the National League last year. Together they won the Match Racing Nations Cup last year as well. So an experienced crew. But can they close that gap? It's just 8 meters on the leaders. What do they have to do?
Well, the wind has shifted dramatically to the left. Everybody laying the windward mark now. First boat rounding the windward mark now. That was a really quick dash to that windward mark due to the wind shift to the left. Spinnakers are
Some
gonna...
confusion between the other boats as they come into the mark.
Oh, that
definite
major
collision
crash,
there.
Major crash, and definitely a penalty to be done on boat number 8. Who's that?
But Russia 7 rounded in 3rd place.
Well, they definitely have to do their
St.
turns
Petersburg
now,
Yacht Club
and
at the
they're
centre of that.
heading towards the turns.
But boat number 8.
And now if they don't watch out while they're doing their turn around that windward mark, that was a major crash. Be surprised if there won't be damage on
Was
that
that
boat.
lack of control, or was...
I think they couldn't bear away. They
didn't give themselves room, basically.
exactly. They had issues bearing away. Maybe they didn't uncleat the jib properly, and
The Dutch.
I don't think they did it on purpose.
The Dutch leading downwind to the bottom gate. Lap 2 of the race. And then it's the 2 Russian boats. But St. Petersburg Yacht Club, the 3rd Russian boat, isn't far behind either. So it'll be interesting to see how this develops. We're about halfway through the race now. John den Engelsman at the helm of that Dutch boat. 4 times world champion in various classes. So a massive experience. As his tactician and bowman focus on the front, on the puffs of wind that they can spot or can't spot ahead of them. And they're coming into the gate now. Spinnaker's down. And we round the gate with them. 12-meter lead now for the Dutch.
They're dominating this race.
Now a really big gap opening up between 2nd and 3rd. So the battle to focus on really is for 1st and 2nd place as they go upwind and the rest of the fleet play catch up down at the bottom gate.
And the Russian team is tanked right after the gate, and the Dutch are covering them. They're trying to stay between them and the next mark, or them and the wind, which is the safest position in case of wind shifts. So a bit of a speed race between those two now. It's called a loose cover. They're not giving dirty air, it's called in sailing. They're not giving bad winds to the boat following. The Russian boat has clear air, but they are being covered tactically, and it would be good if we could get those leading boats into the picture.
So right now the boat on the left is Ostlegal Sailing, 2nd placed Russian boat. And the leaders from the Netherlands, Almere Central Sailing Club.
So the wind has gone really light now.
Yeah. Another tack from the Dutch. And you can see just behind them the red bow bearing down on them of the Ostlegal Sailing Club of Russia. As the leaders round the top mark for the final time and begin... Oh, they've almost stopped in the water there.
Yeah, it almost looked like they hit something, but it's something else. When they turn around, it looks a bit odd. They go from sailing with the current to sailing against the current, and it looks like they stopped. Actually, it's something that they need to take account of in the mark rounding. They can save a lot of distance if they round that mark more aggressively and don't get carried by the current past that mark.
Which we've seen plenty of in the last couple of races, haven't we? Right. So we're looking back from the 2nd place boat to that top mark. St. Petersburg Yacht Club move up into 3rd place. They're never going to challenge now for either the lead or for 2nd place. But still, for St. Petersburg Yacht Club, who are currently sitting 5th overall in the leaderboard, every position counts.
Battle is still on between the two leading boats. But it looks like the Dutch are safe, but nice gust for the Russian team now, who's sailing low and fast. Can they close the gap? Also good breeze, nice onboard shot now. We can see the Russians hunting them in the background. But good breeze on the Dutch boat. They're safely in front.
And it's not just a battle here for first and second in this particular race. It's also a battle on the overall leaderboard as they cross the finish line, with the Dutch winning that race and the Russians right behind them. It's also a battle on the overall leaderboard because they are neck and neck on that leaderboard at the moment. We'll confirm where they stand when the rest of the fleet have properly finished. St. Petersburg Yacht Club, a pretty good result for them. They've only been out of the podium places twice in all their races so far in the last day and a half. So St. Petersburg Yacht Club showing that local knowledge counts for a lot in this. Russia 7 cross the, well, we just saw the pink spinnaker of St. Petersburg Yacht Club crossing the line in 3rd place.
And curiously, the top 3 boats in this race are ranked 3rd, 4th, and 5th overall. We will see them right there when we look at the live leaderboard in a minute. Great race for them. Not such a great race for the Norddeutsche Regattaverein from Hamburg. They're finishing in 5th place, but still puts them overall into 8th place. So still in good contention for a podium place here in St. Petersburg.
So that was a real battle, a real that race could possibly prove to be one of the deciding races of this event. We had clubs that are all in the top 10 taking part in that race. The 2 Russians and the Dutch who won it, doing themselves a lot of good and staying in contention in the overall leaderboard. So,
but it's worth noting it's awfully close. I said. I was looking at the points afterwards. I said 3rd, 4th, and 5th place overall for the top 3 boats in this race, but they're tied on points. They're all on 24 points.
Yeah. So just to run through that, Almere Central, and we'll look at our overall leaderboard in just a moment. But I can tell you, because it's just been confirmed, that Almere Central of Holland, Ostlegal Sailing of Russia, and St. Petersburg Yacht Club, who were 1, 2, and 3 in this race, are now tied on 24 points in the overall leaderboard.
So what do the analytics of this race look like? Absolutely picture-perfect correlation from speed to race success. Fastest boat in the race was the Dutch boat with 4.18 knots, just a teeny bit slower. The Russian boat from Ostlegal Sailing and St. Petersburg Yacht Club following in suit. So very clear speed correlation. Surprising that St. Petersburg Yacht Club could cover 50 meters just about extra distance and still come ahead, finish ahead of Russia 7, who were a little bit slower, a 1/10 of a knot slower. That was enough to offset that extra distance that St. Petersburg Yacht Club covered. So interesting data here from the SAP Sailing Analytics.
And confirmation of the overall leaderboard, as I was saying, 24 points for 3rd, 4th, 5th place at the moment. So it's pretty close, and that's just 5 points behind the current leaders, Club Voile Saint-Quentin of France.
But just 5 points, Alec? 5 points is a lot in this kind of racing, as you can see. So amazing performance by them so far. They look super strong. Also the Italians. But way too early to call. How many more races do we have
Well, look,
in this
I
regatta?
was sitting here watching the racing from the shore yesterday, and the points and the lead and the order of the leaderboard was just changing and shuffling its way through throughout the day. So it'll be interesting to see where we are at the end of today, with one whole day yet to go tomorrow.
There's an interesting graphic in the SAP Sailing Analytics where you can see how the overall placings evolve throughout the race, and what you obviously get is that the places are meandering out towards the end of the regatta, and the results are becoming more stable, and that is obviously what the regatta format is for. The more races you sail, the more fair, square, and even the result gets. But
Okay.
I'm going to look at that graph in a short while, but we've got Tim Kruse out on the water.
Let's go out to our interview rib, and Tim Kruse is with the winning helmsman.
All right, I think we're ready now. I'm having a hard time to understand you guys. But anyways, we have John den Engelsman with us, which is a beautiful name. It means Englishman, right?
Yes, that's correct. Yes.
But you're Dutch.
We are Dutch. Yeah, we are from the Netherlands. Yeah.
You guys had a crazy race just now with everything you can expect. A lot of wind. In the end, you were just flying into the goal. And then before, there was nothing moving. Then with the current and everything, explain, how was it for you guys?
Yeah, we have to be very active with the trim of the boat, and doing the maneuvers pretty okay. It's really important. And we had a fantastic start. Actually, the rest was a bit late, I think. And we had free wind from the start, and basically had more or less a clear race. Makes it easier, of course.
Of course, everybody says that. If you have the start, you're almost home already. On the other hand, the start is so difficult because of the current, because you're being pushed. So it's a Vabank game. You know, how far do you push and how far do you hold back? How do you go?
I think most of the teams are a bit too far away from the line at 1 minute. And
They're afraid.
it's closer, and then if the wind dies, you're still in time. If the wind increases, we sail slower. Well, it's not so easy, but it works. Yeah.
But here, I mean, you were just 1 second before, and then you went through. That's risky.
We had a good clear point view on the coast, so we were pretty clear about our start.
The wind shifted a little bit to the left. Did that bother you during the race?
No, we just had to defend the number 2 in the race, and we just tacked on top of them 3 or 4 times, and that was important, doing the maneuvers right so that he could not go in front of us. And it was very bumpy, yeah, so you have to shift gears a lot.
So it's so interesting to see guys like you come from the IJsselmeer, which is a totally different area, but you get along so well here. This only means that you're great sailors, right?
Yes, I think we have a good team. We have done this before, and we raced also in St. Petersburg last year. And in Holland, you can practice a lot on current as well. I mean,
you guys are...
I was actually born in the southwest of Holland, and there you have lots of current. Yeah.
You guys are Dutch champions. You're leading your league again now. So how do you think, if you make Porto Cervo, do you have a chance to win that thing too?
I think it shows this year and also last year the results from the top 3 goes up and down. Top 3 in last year at St. Petersburg was not even top 15 in Porto Cervo. So I mean, yes, it is possible. Absolutely, everything has to fall in the right corner, and you put your chips on the right. Yeah, I think it is possible.
Very good, very good.
We had yesterday we had 2 bad races. Now we have already 3 bullets. So I think everything is possible.
Yeah, very good.
The jury decisions are going all the way. So I mean, it makes it also very interesting. You have to keep fighting till the end.
Yeah. John den Engelsman, beautiful name. We look forward to see you again and see how well you're doing. Thanks a lot, John. Thank you.
Good stuff. It's always good to meet the men on board the boats. We often get carried away by just their performance on the water, and we watch their boats in action from a distance, so it's good to get on board and actually get to know the men behind the action as well. Well, a fantastic, fabulous scene here in St. Petersburg. The jet ski scooting through the shot there, and just round the corner from the image that you're looking at is a beach at the foot of the fort, the Peter and Paul Fortress, the first real building that was built by Tsar Peter in 1703 to establish St. Petersburg. And that beach is packed with people enjoying the sunshine and even having a swim in the river.
And by the way, there's no speed limit on this river, it seems. The boats are just buzzing by so fast, it's unbelievable. So certainly not over-regulated. I think we have a little clip that we created at the last Sailing World Cup in Santander, where we explain how sailing works. And since we have a little time to the next start, let's have a look at it.
To understand an Olympic racetrack, you have to understand one basic fact about sailing. Boats can sail any direction apart from straight into the wind and about 45 degrees left and right of that. Boats need to use their momentum to tack through this sector and zigzag up against the wind. So why is it that all Olympic classes start straight against the wind? Wouldn't it be easier if boats would simply sail from A to B in a right angle to the wind without all that zigzagging? Yes, it would, but it would also leave out a lot of the strategy and tactics that make sailing so interesting. That is because sailboats, like race cars and cyclists, trail a wind shadow behind them. But unlike cyclists, sailors try to avoid that wind shadow like the plague, because it slows them down. If boats just raced from A to B in a straight line, whoever won the start would almost always win the race. So sailors decided that's boring, let's instead start straight into the wind, opening the door for the intricate strategies and tactics that are often described as chess on water. Sailors are always trying to predict which is the better side of the course, which has more wind, less waves, and above all, favorable wind shifts. That's one of the cool things about sailing. Sailors can actually shorten their track by taking advantage of wind shifts. So being fitter will help you sail faster, but being smarter will help you to sail a shorter distance.
Fascinating stuff, casting a light on what can sometimes appear as being very complicated indeed. So we are awaiting now the first race of Flight 9. We are exactly halfway through the regatta. 24 races raced, round about that still to come between now and Sunday afternoon. So we're into Flight 9 and race 25 as we look at boat number 7 with St. Petersburg Yacht Club on board. They haven't really had time to recover or get off that boat since the last race. It's back-to-back races for them. But I'm guessing, Marcus, that it's not exactly one race on its own. It's not particularly tiring for these young athletes.
No, definitely not. It's the sum, and it's more the concentration, and it's also, of course, you don't get physically exhausted and you can't sail anymore. That's not the issue, but your concentration goes down. So you need to be fit to keep your concentration up all the time, because this is, in large part, a game of the mind.
So we're on board with Frederikshavn Sail Club and boat number 3 for race 25 with just under 3 minutes to go to the start. Now, given the conditions now, we'll have viewers who have tuned in and watched the America's Cup over the summer, Marcus. That's obviously match racing. It's a very different sort of pre-start. What are we looking for in this particular pre-start?
Well, this is an upwind start, as I explained in the other race. That's what sailing has evolved towards in the past 100 years. It's the most interesting kind of start. Usually one side of the line is favored because it's closer to the wind. Closer to the windward mark. In this case, it's been the left-hand side all the time. If we get a chance, it would be good to look down that side of the line, actually look down the line, and it's the side of the line where the mark is with a flag on. That is slightly favored now, so boats lean towards that side. But then
the other side of the course could be favored. In this case, it isn't. In this case, the left-hand side of the line is favored and the left-hand side of the course is favored because the stronger current push you towards the windward mark. So heavily favored left-hand side. Now, what do the boats do before they start? They jockey for positions for the best possible start. One compromise they have to work towards is they have to make sure that they get off the line quick on the left-hand side, but still have room to tack. And one additional difficulty in this start is the current is pushing the boats over the line, so they can easily start early. And that's why you see the boats sailing against the line at the moment to park there on the line.
Let me just run through who is who in this particular race. Boat 1, which is the boat with the black bow, is Yacht Club Scheveningen from Holland.
Scheveningen.
Thank you. Boat 2 with the grey bow is Norddeutsche Regatta Verein from Germany.
Norddeutsche Regatta Verein, yep.
And then boat 3 with the blue bow, Frederikshavn Sail Club of Denmark. We've seen them. We've seen quite a few of these guys in action already on this live broadcast today. And then boat number 8, which is a replacement boat for boat number 4, which was damaged. Boat number 8 doesn't have a coloured bow because it's a replacement boat. They are the Poles of Yacht Club Sopot. With 20 seconds to go to the start, I've just got time to tell you the yellow boat, boat number 5, is Giżycko of Poland. Boat 6, Club Voile Saint-Quentin, is the red boat, and we're on board with them as well. And St. Petersburg Yacht Club are in the pink boat, boat number 7. So here we go, 5 seconds to go. The start line, centre of the picture. And there seems to be someone stranded at the far end of that start line.
They're not stranded, they're sailing against the current. The current is so strong that boats get pushed over the line really easily. Line a lot shorter than it was before. Race officers shortened it dramatically. And that boat was sailing against the current to not get pushed over the line on the wrong side of the line. But very difficult start.
Giżycko of Poland got away first on that start line, boat number 5. But as we've seen, it's always close on this first leg as we await for the fleet to spread itself out. And number 7, St. Petersburg Yacht Club, is currently in the lead.
So the wind has shifted dramatically towards the left. Boats are actually laying the mark on the left-hand side. Boats on the right have backed a little bit, back down right. Fresh breeze on the left-hand side, and the boats are closing in directly into the windward mark. Not a very even course. Bit like America's Cup reaching towards the first mark, very similar to that. So it was really crucial and important to start right there at the windward mark. What's happening? We see a flogging jib
on number 8.
Almost
Yacht
seems like
Club Sopot of Poland. Is there a problem on board?
Oh, they called off. They must have called off the race because it was not a proper upwind. And that is an interesting thing, you know. At the America's Cup, they reached towards the first mark. And we saw some really interesting tactics there with the boat where you were saying, oh, they're stranded. No, they weren't stranded. They were racing against the current because they wanted to make sure that they can start at that pin end that they favored. And you know, I'm not so sure whether we should call off these races or if it's just a special kind of strategy. And maybe the racing we saw at the America's Cup is going to change how sailors think about that kind of racing. I'm a friend of having a strategically and tactically demanding upwind, and you don't have that if it's a straight line towards the first mark. But there's still something in it, you know, still an interesting game to go straight to the first mark. So we're going to be in for a little wait now as they called off this race.
So they bring them back to the start line, and then the clock will start ticking again down to 0. And the gate that you can see is the bottom gate that they'll be racing to and turning once the race gets underway. But clearly the committee not happy with how things are looking right now on the course. So a full recall. And then we will begin the first of 3 races in Flight 9. We will begin it again in a few minutes' time. Absolutely boiling conditions here in St. Petersburg. We're up to about 26, 27 degrees right now on the beach. As you can see, the flags flapping on the boats. Nice breeze out on the water. Plenty of tourists taking rides on those motorized vessels, tourist boats at the back that are specially designed to then turn off the river and into the canals through the center of the city. Okay, let's get out on the water. Tim Cruz has got another interview for us.
All right, guys, we're on, I guess. We're seeing crazy races with a lot of wind, then no wind, shifting winds. Ollie, what just happened? Can you explain the whole situation?
Yes, I mean, the issue we faced is that we have a southern wind direction, which is very unusual here. I mean, it's pretty warm. Wind is good, but it's very, very close racing area where he can fill in the windward and the leeward gate. The problem was that the wind shifted more and more to the left. That means the boats, when they're going to start, have just a half wind course to the first mark and a half wind course.
It's like a train ride.
Yes. And he saw that immediately after the start, and he made the right call. He postponed the race, and now we're discussing with the race officer. He has to move the whole race course more to this area. Then we have a very short up and downwind course, and perhaps we are sailing then 4 laps. From my point of view, this could be one option.
Maybe with the camera, we can turn around just to show the audience how close we are to the shore. So right there you see, this is the shore already, and we're crossing over there, coming back, and this is how much, like 200, 300 meters?
Yeah, that's one point, it's very close, and the other point is that it's very shifting. We have very high buildings around us, which will have big influence in terms of wind directions. That means that gusts are coming in and shifts from 30, 40, sometimes 50 degrees. That is really demanding for the sailors. It's doable, but nevertheless, it's not fair racing at this moment. So I think we will find a new race course, 20, 40 meters more into this direction, and I think then we will have fair racing again.
You're so experienced. You've had everything in your life, I guess. Have you had anything like this?
Well, to be honest, it could happen everywhere. I mean, even Porto Cervo last year, and it's very, very famous for being strong. We had very, very light winds, very shifty, big waves. So it can happen. I mean, we are depending on the weather. So, and they don't play. They have their own rules, you know, and they don't follow our ambitions.
The interesting thing here is we're on a little river. I mean, it's not a huge river, but we've got big waves. With the current and the wind, this is just building up and being really bumpy. That makes it even more difficult for the boats.
Yeah, but these waves are coming from the boats. There are a lot of spectator boats around them. You know, there are ferry lines they're crossing in. There's no speed limit in this river, so they can have full speed. And therefore, we got to get a lot of waves. But it's in comparison to other areas, waves is not the issue. We have 2 factors, which is the wind direction, which is very unusual, and very strong current. And this makes it really, really tough for the race officer to have a proper course.
So the thing is, we cannot go further out because then we'll be disturbing the professional boats. They already kind of complained yesterday, right?
We seem to have lost Tim, which was a shame because it was a fascinating interview. Marcus Bauer still in the commentary box with me here. A fascinating interview about the pros and cons of you know, cancelling a race like that. Oliver was obviously anti it. You're for it. Basically, the wind changed once just before the race began, and that was why they decided to call it off.
Yeah, well, sailors are used to. No, sailors are used to the first up being a strategic and tactical game, and if it's just a procession and just about the start, that's actually what it is now at the America's Cup. They think it's boring, they think it's wrong, and it's being called off. But I think it's worth considering whether this could be part of the game, and every once in a while there could be a race that is like that, and it still has its challenges. These kinds of starts still have their challenges, and you could do a good job at it or a bad job at it, and nobody doubts that at the America's Cup that it's a fair battle to have this first reaching leg. I don't think it should happen all the time, but if out of 20 races 1 or 2 are like that, I don't think it's a big deal.
Stunning images of St. Petersburg and the race village. You can see that white tent is where we're standing right now, and as you can imagine, it's a bit like a greenhouse at the moment. It's boiling hot in here, but that's no worry to the people on the beach who are lying out sunning themselves on this Saturday afternoon.
But let's enjoy the weather while it lasts. Tomorrow is going to be a grim and rainy day. That's the forecast at least. We're going to have some rain at midday. I hope it's going to clear up in the afternoon. It's going to be a very different picture tomorrow.
So we'll presumably see different tactics and different ways.
Different clothes we would see probably.
Yeah, different clothes, yeah. The Troitsky Bridge in the picture there that crosses the Neva River, one of many beautiful bridges that cross the river and connect the city. Peter and Paul Fortress with the flag of the, I'm told, of the Russian Navy flying from that mast.
That looks a lot like the Union Jack.
Now, okay. Well, let's go back to Tim. We've managed to get the connection with him going again, and I think he's with one of our chief umpires.
All right, guys, we've got the umpires with us to explain this difficult day. Luigi is the chief umpire. Luigi, this is the hell of a day for you, right?
Well, it's for sure it's a very complicated day. We have wind coming from the short leg of the river, and we also have the river divided in two because the normal traffic, ferry traffic. So we have a very short area, and this means that all the boats will be at the windward mark together with a lot of mess and with a lot of shouting and with a lot of possible damage.
Yeah, we saw damage, we saw sails in the water. How do you guys react to that?
Well, the best as we can. I think we did it good enough for the conditions that are on the water. But I believe also, I've actually witnessed during the day that the competitors also behaved a little bit better. At the beginning, we were shocked.
I know, we saw
well,
3 boats crashing into each other, sawing sails in the water and all that. Crazy.
Yeah, because, you know, when you have confined space, then, you know, that's logical. But later on, we behaved better, and even us umpires.
So what are you going to do now? I mean, actually, this is too close to do proper sailing. That wouldn't be fair. So you just have to wait for the wind to shift back?
Yeah, because sailing is a patience exercise.
No, it's ripping bills of 100 pounds under a cold shower.
Ah, cool. I was not aware of that.
So we just wait and then we see what's going on?
We have to wait until the race committee will be able to set at least a sailable course, even if short with the 3 laps, but we have to wait for them, and that means that we have to wait for the wind.
Can you guys tell us a little how long we have to wait about? Like, what do you think? I know it's difficult.
Sunset?
Sunset, all right.
Why not? That's no pain. It's a beautiful city. A nice
it is. Let's do some touristing.
Yeah. So enjoy.
No, so you can't say anything?
I can't know that. It depends. Now at the moment we have organizers and race committee talking on the board of the race committee both, and probably define the strategy and tactics for the whole thing. We are quite advanced in the program, so we have a championship in a pocket sort of. So all we're doing from now on, it's actually a plus. So whatever they decide will be the final call. We can't say how long. Sorry.
I know, you're not, of course, but still, the audience kind of wants to know what's going on. Let's look to tomorrow. So today we have beautiful weather, at least for tourists, but tomorrow is not going to be very good. Is that right?
Yeah, the weather forecast is not very promising for tomorrow, but you know, for us the most important is to have a good sailing condition. If it's raining or if it's not raining, it's part of the game. Otherwise,
doesn't matter.
No, we can play volley in the inside gym if we want to have good weather all the time.
Okay, that's true.
You know what? It's true, surely, that Neva will still go this way around. So this is a fact that we can count on.
Yeah.
The rest, the nature will tell us tomorrow. So,
Guys, thank you very much. Beautiful Italian and Croatian humor we have here. And very patient guys. They're well experienced. And let's just see what's going to happen. We're going to keep you on track.
So the umpire was saying, well, we can just hang around and wait until until the sunset. Well, this is St. Petersburg. This is where in June the sun never sets. And it's only August, so we won't be waiting till sunset, but we will be waiting for a few more hours because it's 1:35 local time here. So a glorious lunchtime picnics being had on the beach. And well, I think we should go off and have a picnic, but we will switch the camera on the start boat. We will switch that on for you so you can sit and watch it, keep it up on your computer screen, TV, whatever it is, phone, whatever it is you're watching on, and we'll be right back with you as soon as the pre-start gets underway. But your thoughts so far as far as the racing is concerned?
I think the racing is great, much better than I anticipated when I look at the forecast in the past days. It's good, and I don't think the break's going to be very short. They're going to readjust the boat, and I think we're going to be back on rather sooner than later.
Yep, so don't go away. Keep an eye on that screen, and we'll be back, hopefully in a few minutes' time.
Поэтому всех приглашаю ближе к воде. Скоро мы начнем очередную гонку. Я проинформирую вас о происходящем.
Gas ausmachen.
Ja.
Dann
Гонки, конечно, немножко потестировал на приезженном скоростному спорту, но при этом видите, что много болельщиков с удовольствием находились, несмотря даже на суровую погоду. Сейчас у нас, я говорю, квалификационный этап европейского парусного чемпиона, а вот на следующей неделе, тоже на выходные, состоится этап национальной парусной лиги, пригласите всех поболеть за экипаж клуба Санкт-Петербурга до 7 дня гонок. На этом же классе яхты сейчас мы видим, на классе слово сказать, очень современная, очень популярная сейчас в мире яхта. Она была представлена только в 2014 году. Это модель известного американского бренда Grey Boat. Конкретно эти яхты построены во Франции. Эта модель получила большую популярность по обе стороны Атлантического океана. клуб своей юниорской, так сказать, весовой категории. С тех пор неизменно пользуется успехом, уже построено более 1000 корпусов яхт класса Т-70. И участвуют в национальной парусной лиге многих стран, в том числе самая большая Германия, которая сейчас европейский лиг самая крупная, более 40 клубов принимает участие, то, что является яхта Т-70. То есть, можно сказать, что это наша фирменная яхта европейской парусной лиги. Если тут говорить, что это, собственно, за соревнования, то это состязание клубов Европы между собой за право называться самым сильным клубом по аналогии с футбольной лигой чемпионов. Вот европейская парусная лига чемпионов, призеры национальной парусной лиги. Сейчас 15 стран Европы располагают национальной парусной лиги, в том числе и Россия располагает лигу, которая очень интересно развивается. У нас уже 2 чемпиона, у нас развилась она на такой большой количество участников клубов. В России у нас 2 чемпиона. Есть в России топовых соревнований, которые являются финал. Традиционно проводится в сентябре после первого в Италии на острове Сен-Камье. И за право попасть туда борются экипажи вот на квалификационных регатах. Одна из них, которая проходит здесь, в Санкт-Петербурге, вторая пройдет в Италии, в городе Сент-Морице, вот более. Снова сказать, что многие люди были удивлены, что на этом известном горнолыжном курорте вообще существует парусный спорт, а вот действительно там существует, озеро там очень интересное, там всегда проводятся парусные соревнования топового уровня, и вот квалификационный этап Европарусной лиги чемпионов пройдет там тоже, наряду с Санкт-Петербургом. Из 20 этого экипажа, который соревнуется здесь, в Санкт-Петербурге, 13 получат путем в финал. Это кроме того, что, конечно, будут награждены первое, второе, третье место, экипажи, которые заняли эти места, будут награждены в Санкт-Петербурге. Кроме этого, 13 команд получат путем в финал, куда в Италии, я полетел, туда уже встречались каждый из клубов, всегда флаг России, вообще лучшие экипажи Европы. Мы все еще ждем установки дистанции. Сегодня у нас состоялись уже, сегодня у нас состоялось уже 8 сборных, если проведем дистанцию 50 километров, программа у нас более чем обширная. Вчера удалось нам провести, благодаря прекрасным условиям, удалось провести 18 стартов. Сегодня программа будет примерно такая же, полноценный рабочий парусный день нас ждет, поэтому если вы хотели бы поделиться этим впечатлением о парусных гонках со своими знакомыми, близкими, родными, друзьями, всех поднимайте трубку, приглашайте всех сюда приходить на пляж Петропавловской крепости и болеть за российские команды. Напомню, среди 21 экипажа появляются 4 российских команды. В первую очередь это клуб Санкт-Петербурга выставил свою команду под лидером национальной парусной лиги 2016 года. Экипаж из Екатеринбурга, экипаж, который занял второе место в лиге прошлого года, экипаж из Владивостока от Сильверстона, пока что идет неплохо. И с петербургской командой они разделяют третье место. И также у нас команда из Таганрога в прошлом году в национальной лиге она была четвертой. И сейчас, если она ошибаюсь, она занимает 14-ю строчку, но постепенно улучшает свои результаты. И это вот такие 4 наших российских экипажа, здесь соревнуются с командами из стран. То есть конкуренция у нас более чем серьезная, и, конечно, поддержка домашних трибун помогут нашим ребятам выступить как можно лучше. Можно себе только представить, что вот играть в футбол, например, без поддержки трибун, даже телетрансляция выглядит очень странно, когда на трибунах нет болельщиков. Вы знаете, иногда FIFA и UEFA применяют такие санкции командам, которые нарушили кодекса УЕФА, кодекса таких организаций, проводятся матчи без болельщиков. Картинка выглядит очень странно. Насколько это странно может быть картинка парусных гонок, когда болельщиков нету, поэтому нам просто необходимы болельщики для того, чтобы поддерживать российские экипажи в этих гонках. Приглашайте всех знакомых, всех, кто хотел бы позагорать в этом редком петербургском солнце. Сегодня у нас, наверное, самый теплый день лета всего. Поэтому грех не воспользоваться им. Это суббота, выходной день. Все, у кого есть время, пожалуйста, приходите сюда на пляж. Но тем более у нас есть волейбольная площадка от компании «Песок». Можно играть в волейбол, формируются команды в постоянном режиме. Там на площадочке есть тренеры волейбольные, которые показывают, как правильно нужно обращаться с волейбольным мячом, чтобы достигать максимально выгодных для себя результатов. То есть тренеры, которые научат, как играть. Всех приглашаем поиграть немножко в волейбольчик. Всех приглашаем на стойку Audi Центр Петроградский. Узнать больше о модельном ряде автомобилей Audi и принять участие в розыгрыше. Мы, кстати, сейчас организованно розыгрышу провели, несколько счастливчиков получили очень ценные аксессуары от Audi. И еще будем проводить такие розыгрыши несколько, поэтому приглашаю всех сюда к дисплею автомобилей Audi, где специалисты Audi Центр Петроградский помогут вам сориентироваться в выборе автомобиля, который наибольше подходит вашим, так сказать, интересам, вашим желаниям. Помогут с удовольствием вам расскажут о всех преимуществах автомобилей Audi, а это очень известная торговая марка. Кстати, из моего личной памяти я помню, что много раз автомобили Audi получали звание автомобиль года в Европе. Я думаю, что титулами эта торговая марка просто блистает и, конечно, продолжает производить прекрасного качества автомобилей со спортивным характером, которые имеют очень большой круг поклонников в Санкт-Петербурге, и они стремятся расширять свой круг поклонников, поэтому все желающие, пожалуйста, подходите к стенду Audi, который здесь находится по правую сторону от нашей горочной деревни, если смотреть на Неву. Если оставить Петропавловскую крепость за спиной, то справа от горочной деревни располагается дисплей автомобилей Audi, модельного ряда Audi. Пожалуйста, приходите, ознакомьтесь, интересуйтесь, потому что автомобили действительно заслуживают вашего внимания. Ветер нам пока не дает покоя, немножко продолжает менять направление. Судейский комитет старается найти выгодную и успешную форму установки дистанции. Пока что вижу, флаг Новембр висит на судейском суде. Это шахматный флаг, означает, гонки пока что отложены. Гонка, стартовавшая буквально 10 минут назад, была прекращена еще до огибания первого знака. Флот возвратился в стартовую точку. Сейчас судейское судно тоже сменило свою позицию. Если ранее начало дня она находилась возле морских ворот Петропавловской крепости, то сейчас она находится ближе в сторону Равелина, Трубецкого бастиона, прямо напротив Трубецкого бастиона. Пожалуйста, здесь можно тоже переместиться сюда. Во-первых, тут волейбол, во-вторых, здесь дисплей автомобилей Audi, в-третьих, здесь судно, то есть здесь будут даваться старты, приниматься финиши. Здесь можно болеть за российские экипажи, которых, напомню, 4 у нас во флоте соревнуются, 4 российские команды, среди которых и экипажи клуба Санкт-Петербурга, который, я думаю, нам логично было бы поддерживать и поболеть за них. Они, кстати, ждут старта сейчас на воде. Экипажи клуба Санкт-Петербурга. Перед стартом я скажу номера лодок и распределение команд по лодкам в ближайшей гонке. Надеюсь, старт этой гонки будет дан очень скоро. Вернусь к вам буквально через несколько минут. Располагайтесь здесь поближе. Приятно видеть, как много, как больше и больше болельщиков приходит на пляж. Приятно видеть, сколько поклонников парусного спорта в Петербурге. Это же неудивительно, ведь у нас и морская столица, и парусная столица. Мы часто соперничаем за это звание с Владивостоком, и Москва немножко, конечно, подтягивается к нам по количеству проводимых парусных соревнований, но с акваторией Санкт-Петербурга, с гонками прямо в центре города, ничто, наверное, не сравнится не то что в России, во всей Европе. Всех поражает наша акватория, всех поражает красота этого комплекса исторического центра города, который, как вы знаете, охраняется ЮНЕСКО как элемент исторического наследия человечества. И вот здесь прямо посреди вот этих прекрасных декораций Зимнего дворца, Писательского собора, биржи, здания 12 коллегий, университета, биржевого моста и других элементов, которые все хорошо знакомы, собственно, Петропавловской крепости. Вот здесь мы можем провести парусные гонки, и это, я скажу, уникальное явление, наверное, для всего мира. Очень красивая акватория, наверное, очень сложная акватория. Видите, что ветер постоянно меняет направление, то усиливается, то затихает. И, конечно, у судейского комитета есть очень много работы с установлением честной, правильной дистанции, и они пока что отлично с ним справляются. Нам нужно только немножко подождать, и мы дадим скоро старт гонкам. Скоро начнутся, продолжатся наши соревнования. Напомню, здесь мы будем соревноваться ориентировочно до 6 вечера, поэтому все, кто еще хотел бы присоединиться к нам, пожалуйста, приглашайте сюда, и я приглашаю всех на пляж Петропавловской крепости. Вернусь к вам через минутку.
minutes until start.
Welcome back to our live coverage of Act 1 of the 2017 Sailing Champions League. We're in the grand city of St. Petersburg in Russia. Fantastic backdrop to the racing here this weekend. We've had a postponement. We've had 3 races already this afternoon. We had a postponement, but it looks like that postponement is now over, and we're 30 seconds away from the start of Flight 9. Marcus Bauer in the studio with me, Alec Wilkinson. And Marcus, how are things looking now?
Well, boats are bunching up at the boat end because that's the favorite side of the course. Slight bias to that side, so everybody wants to start there. It's going to be a very short upwind. And the start is going to be critical, obviously, to make it. It does look like everybody is starting early at the moment. They're pushing it over the line. Will they be okay? Just from this angle, we can't judge the line perfectly. No, it does look okay. And
But
most leeward boat number 5
is underway. Kizitko of Poland. They take the lead with the boat with the yellow bow. Let's just run through who else we've got. Boat number 1 with a black bow, Yacht Club Scheveningen from Holland. And then boat number 8 we saw in 3rd place, and we're on board with them, I believe, right now. They are from Massenroa, the Massenroa Sailing Club of the Netherlands.
The start was won by Yacht Club Sopot. That's Yacht Club Zitsko. You can do that name really well, Alec, but they are from Sopot anyway. They started out of the middle and won the start.
So we've got 2 Polish teams out on the water. Boat number 8 is the Yacht Club Sopot, and boat number 5, which is the yellow boat, is Giżycko, the other sailing club from Poland. So 2 Polish teams out there. We've also got Club Voile Saint-Quentin, who are doing so well in the overall leaderboard right now.
And it was actually Yacht Club Sopot who won that start, and they're doing really well right now, crossing the fleet here.
So we're just getting our bearings here as we return to the action with the Poles rounding that top mark first. Right behind them on boat 3 are the Danish from Frederikshavn Sail Club.
Straight into the jibe set.
The other Polish team in 3rd place. And then comes Yacht Club Scheveningen, which I will learn to say by the end of the weekend, from the Netherlands.
So here's the battle between the first 2 boats. Yacht Club Sopot in the lead. Frederikshavn Sail Club in second place.
Now, I should say that all the other boats have got coloured spinnakers that relate to their number and their crew, but boat number 8's a replacement boat. They brought it in earlier this afternoon to replace boat number 4, which had damage, and that's why it doesn't have a coloured spinnaker.
They're going around the right-hand side of the gate, which is dramatically favored compared to the left-hand side. I doubt that anybody will go around the other one. Probably badly anchored and drifted off, so nobody's going to take that mark. Everybody will be heading out to the right-hand side first. First boat tacks, very close tack. Could be a protest call by the following boat, by Frederikshavn Sail Club. Let's see what the jury says. And now they tacked as well. And they're already laying the windward mark again. Wind has swung back a little bit to the right, making this a direct
so
ley line course.
In the lead, but there's very little distance between them and the boats following immediately behind them. From a small town on the Baltic Sea near Gdansk, and currently sitting down the overall running order and looking to make improvements. Yet to achieve a podium place, but can they do it this time? Top mark. I get the feeling this is a much shorter course than we had earlier on, because we're getting around these marks pretty quickly.
And but they basically have run out of runway because the wind is coming perpendicular to the river, and they can't protrude too far into the river because there is ferry boats buzzing past. The boat in the background is a spectator boat.
So Denmark's Frederikshavn Sail Club in second place at the moment.
And you can see how unsteady the wind is. The spinnaker is barely setting. It is confused winds now, worse than it was in the morning, as the wind is blowing over these buildings straight onto the race course. Boats are not laying the leeward gate. They will have to put in another jibe. That jibe's going to be crucial, and a tight battle still between Yacht Club Sopot and Frederikshavn Sail Club.
We're on board with the Danes, looking back at the rest of the fleet.
Here comes the jibe of the leading boat, and you can see the current hitting the boats. Boats are sliding and drifting in somewhat unusual fashion, and Frederikshavn went a little bit deeper, and they're now rolling the Polish boat. Do they still have an overlap? I think they have to stay outside, or did they? Oh, they're continuing to the other mark, and that other mark, as I mentioned before, is slightly disfavored. It's not as bad as it was before, with the wind that has swung back to the left.
So at the bottom end of the course, they have a choice of which mark to round, which way to go through the gate, and they decided to take the opposite side from the Polish crew. And what's the thinking behind that, Marcus?
Well, they would have had to do a very wide rounding around the Polish boat, because the Polish boat seemed to still have an overlap as they entered the two-length zone, which is the critical zone, that the distance that where it matters if you have an inside overlap or not. And so they decided to take the other mark and get away from the opponent, and it works out quite well for them so far. The boats on the right-hand side, on the far end of the course, have tacked now, and it looks like they're in lighter breeze and not so favorable shifts. Beautiful shot of the boat in the foreground. It does seem like they made a major gain here on the left-hand side, and they will be able to pass and take the lead.
Well, look at that. It was neck and neck at the downwind gate, and now there's at least 30 meters between the leaders and the second place Polish club. The Danes go round in the lead.
Nice move by them.
And now it's the final leg down to the finish line. And I would guess it's looking unlikely that Yacht Club Sopot are going to be able to close that gap of 20 metres on the Danes, barring disaster, of course, on the Danish boat. But I'd expect Chris Human at the helm of the Danish boat to keep calm, stay cool, and just race that boat to the finish line. The other Poles have just rounded the mark. Giżycko Club.
And they're attacking, they're jibing, but they're jibing in very light air. Spinnaker doesn't come around. They're really parked there right now. Danes are defending that move easily. Put in a clean jibe, got much better pressure. And actually, I think the first Polish boat is in danger to be overtaken by their fellow countryman Jakub Sopot, who continued a little further. To me, that looked like a good move. But let's see how it's going to pan out.
So the Danes cruising home to the finish line. And then it's a battle for second between the two Polish crews.
And I think Jakub Sopot is in good shape. If we can get them into view, there must be someone left of us.
Well, there's nothing in it according to the data that's coming off the trackers on the boat.
Actually, they have, Jakub Sopot has overtaken Giżycko. And here
but for
it
the
is.
Danes, it's victory in race number 25, the first of flight 9. Frederikshavn Sail Club of Denmark crossed the line in first place.
And great job by Jakub Sopot, who overtook their fellow countrymen. And there's another boat in the foreground. Oh, disastrous move by the other Polish club. 2 boats, 3 boats. I think they lost 4 boats on this downwind. Second,
so third place,
Jakub Sopot. Fourth was Norddeutscher Regattaverein, who had a beautiful downwind. And that jibe by the yellow boat by Giżycko was a disaster. It dropped them from 2nd to 5th place. Maybe not even 5th. Yeah, they're going to make it as 5th.
So it'll be interesting to look at the data that comes off that Polish boat and see
6th.
what exactly happened.
No, 5th. They finished 5th. So,
but for the Danes, a terrific result that sees them go into the top 5 in the overall standings. 24 points to them right now. And they have only been off the podium for 3 of their 9 races so far. So the Danes in extremely good form right now. Yacht Club Sopot, well done to them. Their first podium place in the whole regatta so far, and it's not a bad one. It's second place for them. Third place went to the Germans on boat number 2. But where did they come from, and what happened to the Polish team from Giżycko, town and the town of Lotsen? I wonder what happened to them. We'll look at the data and the stats in just a moment. So we'll wait for
I'm not sure. Well, it's probably reflected in their stats as well, because they would have very slow average speed. But it was that jibe away, that, if you like, attacking move. You could also call it an unforced error on that downwind, where they were jibing away for no good reason, heading out to the left-hand side of the downwind, right-hand side of the actual race course, and that didn't help. So let's look at Frederikshavn Sail Club, definitely the fastest boat. And hey, interesting, the Polish team from Giżycko in 5th place were still almost as fast on average as Frederikshavn Sail Club, but look at the extra distance they covered. Dramatically, more than 100 meters extra. And it was basically all the boats on that last downwind that followed them took a shortcut. There was a big gust coming in, and it allowed them to go straight to the finish, to sail deep and go straight to the finish. And the Polish boat just jibed away and covered a lot of extra distance, moving to that left-hand side of the course.
Now, not on that screen are the 2 teams that came last and won but last. And what a disaster for them. For Club Voile Saint-Quentin, who have sailed well previously today. They got a 2nd place in an earlier race this afternoon, but they've come dead last, and their worst result of the regatta, and that's seen them tumble down to 6th in the leaderboard overall.
And that it drops them down to 6th, St. Peter's to 11th, but Frederikshavn Sail Club is moving up to 4th with this race win.
St. Petersburg Yacht Club that have been doing so well, a young team showing that local knowledge can be of help, but not in this particular race. So, Marcus, we didn't really have time just before the race started to just explain a little bit how conditions have changed. So someone, for example, who was tuning in at midday local time and watching those first couple of races, how have things changed now, other than the course has got shorter?
Well, if we look at that current image on the screen, you can't see on the right-hand side there's a bridge and a river mouth, and on the left-hand side there's a bridge and a river mouth. It's like a Y-shaped diversion here in the river. And yesterday it was blowing out of the right-hand river mouth. This morning it was blowing out of the left-hand river mouth. And now it's blowing off the buildings on the left. It's blowing from the Hermitage. And that breeze is just a much more confused breeze. It's a much shorter course. It has gotten a lot trickier.
Okay, so we await to find out now how things are set for the next race. They do a very quick crew swap. In case you've just joined us, the boats are the same for everyone, and the crews just swap boats in between racing. It's a well-drilled process, and the new crew is awaiting on a rib as the race comes to an end, and it's a very quick swap. So it's just a few minutes in between races.
Now our camera is looking pretty much straight upwind towards that big church. Again, remind us what the name of the church is?
Isaac Cathedral.
That's Isaac Cathedral, and we can see that big flag right off that dome. And so we're looking somewhat upwind, and you can imagine that with these big buildings being there and some empty squares and then a big tower, you can imagine that the wind is blowing in a confused way onto this race course. Nevertheless, some crews are much better at dealing with these conditions than others. You have to go a lot by eyesight and spot the gusts and position yourself as well. We've got an interview lined up with the Norddeutsche Regatta Verein.
Okay, let's go out on the water. Here's Tim.
Brille runter, du auch, Brille? All right, we've got Jojo Polgar with us, one of the best German skippers. He just finished 3rd, which is all right. I mean, that's all you need, right?
Yeah, well, 3 is a reasonable place. Everything in the top 3, you just got to take, and I think it helps on the score to make a solid board.
How was it out there? I mean, we changed everything now. You have really short races. That means when you tack, it really has to work out right.
Yeah, it's so crazy now with the wind shifting 30, 40 degrees. Big also differences in the strength of the wind, and a very, very short course and a very strong current. So you got to be really switched on the race course, and also the start obviously is quite important. And but in the end, it's about not to take too many risks, and we just took it really solid at the start and made another top 3, so that's fine.
Do you need a little luck too?
Of course, yeah, but I think if you see the top guys, they're sailing really conservative, and yeah, sometimes if you've got a bit of luck, then you probably win the race, or you have bad luck, you have a 4th or 5th, and it's still okay.
When you guys had to set together this morning, what was your strategy? What were you thinking? Is it just stay out of trouble? Is that all, or do you have like more that you thought of?
That's seriously what I want to say. Just stay out of trouble and enjoy this beautiful city.
It is beautiful sailing. Let's talk a little bit about you, because I think we've got the time. You will be trying, at least, to sail Olympic again. So you were sailing Olympic in 2008, is that right?
Yeah, that's right. But I'm not actually trying. I'm doing it. That's
all right. So, but what about the qualification? Is there no qualification for you guys?
Oh yes, there will be qualification in 2019, but the most important thing is to be on the boat now. We had a test drive last week in Kiel, and it's just fantastic to set on the foils and just plug away with incredible speeds.
So that's on the Nacra 17. This has nothing to do with this sailing. So how do you get along between these two boats?
Oh well, I sail a bit of everything, you know. It's I also sail the Star, and that's so far away from everything else, and I think you learn in every class, and you take a bit from everything, and then you put it together as a nice mosaic, and in the end, I hope it works out, yeah.
Where did the whole idea come from that 12 years after your last Olympic Games, you will be sailing them again? Like, you know, it's unusual at least.
Sure. Well, we live once, and sometimes in your life there occur some opportunities, and this chance occurred really suddenly, and I'm really glad I could just grab hold of it. And I have a very great crew with Carolina, who already sailed in Rio, and the most important, I've got the respect and the support from my family and friends.
What about your job? You made quite a good career in Audi, and they say, okay, you can go.
Well, it's not that easy. I stay with Audi for sure. I love my job. It's a great pleasure to work for this company. But I will do, we'll just sort it out with some of our colleagues and our whole department, and I'm sure they will be respectful, and they also enjoy the competition and the spirit.
And also for them, I mean, they're supporting everything. Having an Olympic sailor again in their rows, I mean, that's perfect for them too.
Yeah, it's quite an interesting story, isn't it?
It is. It's a great story. And we're all looking forward to see you then. I mean, it's still a little far away, but it is so awesome you're doing it. I'm so happy for you, and it's really nice, Yo-Yo. Thank you so much.
Thanks. So,
Thanks.
Let's enjoy the racing.
Yeah, let's get back to St. Petersburg. Thanks.
Yeah, it is an absolutely great story, and we will follow his progress over the next few years as he heads to Tokyo. Good luck to him. So, we have had the first race of Flight 9, the first of 3 races that make up Flight 9. We have 21 teams taking part and 7 boats in each race. So basically, that's a long-winded way of saying everyone gets to race once in every flight. Race number 26 overall, the second of Flight 9, coming up shortly. With 7 more boats on the water. We'll be on board with the Danish boats, Kataminde Sail Club, currently sitting in 12th overall. And our other onboard camera will be with the Finnish team, Alanska Segelsällskapet, who are currently sitting 7th overall. But the others to look out for, boat number 1 with the black bow, that is Société de Regatte d'Antibes of France. Boat number 2 with the grey bow is the boat from Trondheim and Norway. Then come the Danes in the blue boat, boat number 3 that we can see right by the committee boat there. Boat number 8, which replaces boat number 4. That's got the green bow. That's a Dutch crew from Massenrua. 15th overall at the moment, and just ahead of them in the standings. So it'll be an interesting tussle between boat 8 and boat 5. Boat 5 is Russia. It's got a yellow bow, and they are just 1 place above the Dutch in the overall standings. Then comes the Finnish team of Alanska Segelsällskapet. Apologies for my Finnish.
Pretty good.
And they're on the red-bowed boat, boat number 6. And finally, Ostlegal Sailing of Russia with the pink spinnaker and the pink bow, boat number 7. So a few minutes away now from the start.
It's actually 4 minutes to go. The line is set, and at the moment, it's favored on the left-hand side, and I think we still have time for an interview.
All right, Carla Gerlach is with us. I think she's the only skipperette, we must say, in the fleet. Is that right?
I think so, yeah.
It's not going that well for you, is it? You're sitting together and you seem to think, what's the matter? Why are we not performing as we should?
I think it's because we didn't train that much, and yeah, there are many mistakes, and I don't know, but we feel that we can go with the others, and I don't know, it's just a training, and we know that we can do better, so we're not that frustrated, and yeah.
I know, we must say to the audience, she's only 20, and it's her first event sailing the J70. And she's got 3 guys around her that have to listen to her. How's that going? They're full of respect, I assume?
I think so, yeah, because I don't know, I'm doing the tactics as a little bit as well with the Wolfgang Böttger, and I don't know, we said together before, and we're a good team, and yeah, I think they listen to a woman.
Oh yeah, they must. I mean, when you've got that bar in your hand, they have to listen to you. What can they do? Let's talk a little about St. Petersburg. It's quite complicated conditions. So for your first venue on the J70, you didn't pick the easiest spot, did you?
No, not at all. I think this race is crazy, and I don't know, but it's for all the same, and yeah, I don't know.
It is. It looks fun from the outside. It's probably not too much fun on the boat, is it?
I don't know. It's quite complicated, and but everybody does mistakes, so that's good for us because yeah, our mistakes are not that big, and everybody has to concentrate a lot, and I don't know. It's quite hard outside, and
Thank you very much, Carla. We can see that. Thanks a lot for your first interview with us, and good luck for the rest of the races. Thanks a lot. See you later.
Yeah, fascinating to meet the helms and the skippers, and what a great story. A 20-year-old taking charge in her first Champions League of sailing, and Carla Galak, it's a name to keep an eye out for in the future. And she, by the way, will be in action in our next race. But right now, we're a minute and a half away from race number 26, the second race of Flight 9. As the boat with Karteminde Sail Club of Denmark on board comes up past the committee boat. And off they go, and they'll be back in about a minute's time, hopefully, for them. And we're on board now with that Danish team. And it's pretty tricky, isn't it, with this current pushing them in directions they don't want to go.
Well, at the moment they're pushing them towards the start boat. The current is pushing away from us, looking from that perspective towards the start boat, and they could easily end up touching that boat if they get it onto the line too early. But boats are jockeying around to avoid being too close to the line. With 20 seconds to go, they're all pretty far away, so they're trying to close in. Obviously, timing becomes a hazard if you're so far away.
But look how close we are to the fortress and the effects that will have on the wind. Very difficult to guess when you're out on the water. So into the final few seconds as they all approach the line. Will it be a clean start with boat number 1, Société de Régate d'Antibes, getting the best start?
Getting the best start, but not having the freedom to tack, and 3 boats actually opted for a start on port tack. 2 have already peeled away, and now the third boat, the leading boat, has as well. That makes up for a great start. I think they're in a good position right there. Depends whether they headed out too far and are overstanding the line, but it doesn't look like it.
The Norwegians seem to be ploughing a lone furrow up the left side of the course, but these are the leaders, the Finns in the lead, followed closely by the team that got away and across the line first, Société de Régate d'Antibes in the south of France. Now only time will tell as they approach the top mark on this very short course. Only time will tell who took the right direction, and right now the Norwegians are making their way back towards that mark.
But I don't think they're going to cross ahead, no way. They're going to go behind, and at the moment the leading boat seems to be, can they make it? Can they were in for a major luff coming underneath all these boats. Yeah, the other boats went too far and they're bearing away. The wind has shifted to the right there. Bad news for the club from Trondheim that we saw in picture before, and now it does look like the French team from Antibes is going to round for it. Yes,
they're round the mark first, followed by boat number 8 from the Netherlands, and then boat number 6, the Finnish team, Lanska Segelskapet.
It does look like the boat number 3, Karteminde Sail Club, did touch the mark there, but not 100% sure, judging from the drone images. It did look like they were awfully close.
Well, right now there's no sign of them doing a 360 penalty, so the leaders are as we see on the screen, with the French from Antibes, who have been so inconsistent so far in this regatta, leading the way, and you've got to wonder whether they can hold on to that lead.
Best placed boat overall at the moment is the third placed boat in this race. That's the Ostlegal Sailing Club. Also came to this regatta from pretty far away. Société de Régates Antibes has rounded the leeward gate.
Currently,
slight delay in our 3D graphics here.
Currently sitting 10th in the leaderboards. The French now leading the way in this race in flight 9. And things are so close in the middle of the leaderboard that a win here could change things dramatically for them. Round come the Russians. But the Dutch have already rounded the far end of that gate, the furthest from the camera as it was, in second place. So the trackers on the boats sending back exact positions and then being translated by our software into that wonderful graphic that tells you exactly where everybody is and exactly what they're doing on the course all at the same time. Up to the top mark already. Very short racing here in St. Petersburg this afternoon because of the conditions.
A lot of maneuvers on that short course. Another tic-tac here between Société de Régates Antibes and Ostlegal Sailing Club. It's still awfully close with the race about halfway done. We've got one more lap to go, 1.5 more laps to go.
And we've seen the Russian boat do pretty well today so far.
Really nice set, by the way. Their spinnaker was set really quickly. You can see an awful set on the Russian boat. Following that, sorry, you were talking about the Russians. I meant the French boat. Spectacular set.
Boat number 6, the Finnish club, currently 7th overall, rounding the mark in 5th.
And here's a penalty. That looked like a red flag.
So on board with the Danes right now.
Yeah, and they're far behind. I assume that's Catamina Sail Club. And they're in second last place, 21st overall. The regatta's not going well for them. And I can see in the sailing analytics that Russia 7 is taking a penalty. Not sure what the incident was. They're actually taking a 720 penalty.
So 2 penalties on that Russian boat. But the French still in the lead. A lead that they took on the start line, followed pretty closely, 26 meters between them and the second place Russian team, Ostlegal Sailing. The team from Vladivostok, and in third place come the Dutch. The Finnish team in 4th, who are last overall. Sorry, I'm looking for the Norwegian team. There they go, in 6th place. They're last overall in the standings in the regatta. But the French now leading the way and increasing their lead as they head towards the finish line, and it's unlikely now, barring disaster, that the Russians are going to catch them. And I think first and second has been pretty much decided right now. So the battle is on for third place between the Dutch
And here they go. That's the winning boat, Ostliga Sailing. And
well, I think we need to wait for confirmation of that, because that's Ostlegal Sailing crossing the boat now, crossing the finish line now. So, as we had it, the French win. The French from Antibes in the south of France win it. The Russians come in second, Ostlegal Sailing, and now the battle continues then for third place between Karteminde Sail Club of Denmark and the Dutch from Massenroa. And that third place goes to the Dutch on boat number 8, and we're on board the Danes as they cross that finish line. We're jumping around quite a bit here with these images. Can you, Marcus, can you just check what the SAP analytics are telling us for positions on this? So we've got
the race was won by obviously Société des Regattes Antibes. They were winning the start and then winning all throughout the race. Solid win for them. They're 9th overall currently. Second place was Ostliga Sailing Club. I got confused a couple of times because the French boat has a Gazprom spinnaker, so I always thought that's a Russian boat, but obviously they're all cycling through the different boats. Third place was the Dutch boat Maas aan Reur, and the fourth boat Hollandse Zeilskorpet from Norway. And then in fifth place, Karteminde Sail Club. Sixth place, Trondheim Sail Verening, again from Norway. And seventh place for Russia, number 7.
Okay, so Lanska of Finland came in fourth place. So we'll see what difference that makes.
And here we see the crews shifting boats. One crew gets off, another one gets on. And now they have just a few minutes to set up the boat the way they like it. There's a few adjustments that can be done, not too many. But they check if everything is okay, or if they have to put in acknowledge the race committee and the jury that there's some fix to make. One of the crews is checking the jib trim. And here's the analytics for this race, and perfect win, as we said before, for the team from France, Antibes, with the best speed and the least distance. The dream combination that every team aims for. If you can get both right, you're sure to win. If you can sometimes cover an extra distance or compensate for a little less speed with the converse, but in this case they won both metrics. Great job. Also good data on Ostliga Sailing, almost the same difference. What's quite interesting, if you look at it, they do cover, it's sort of a sprint in sailing terms. It's a super short race, but they do cover more than a kilometer in this race. So it is not that short if you think of it. Maneuvers don't stick out that much. The Dutch had a bit more than the rest, but no major differences here, and I don't think that's necessarily a deciding factor. Attack, for example, doesn't lose you much distance in the J class. It does because the boats push through the wind with the momentum they have, and you don't lose that much if you do attack.
So victory for the French club from Antibes, their second of the regatta, also their 6th podium place, and that's moved them up one spot, up into 9th overall. So congratulations to them. And we prepare for the third and final race of Flight 9. The final 7 teams that have yet to compete in Flight 9 are now on their boats, and they'll be beginning the countdown very soon indeed. The crowds have flocked to the beach over the last couple of hours to enjoy the sunshine. And it's the sunshine that the forecast tells us is not going to last into tomorrow, so I think the locals are taking advantage to thoroughly enjoy it now whilst they can.
I think they have enjoyed a fairly decent summer so far up here. Not quite like the summer in Middle Europe, where it's been quite rainy all summer so far. And very hot in the south of Europe.
Yeah, extremes of temperatures right across the continent. So as we head into the final race of Flight 9, I can tell you, overall, we have the leaders, Circolo Canottieri Agnene of Rome, with 22 points. 2 points behind them, Almera Central with 24, and just behind them with 24.75 are Friedrichshaven Sail Club. 24.75. Explain those points, Marcus.
They probably got a redress, and the redress is calculated on, they did get a redress in the second flight, and the redress gives you average points, and these points are being calculated as the regatta progresses, and so they're constantly adapting according to how well the team sails. So every good result helps them also in their redress results that reflects the average.
How does the shorter course change tactics on board?
You just got to be even quicker. I mean, this sort of sailing requires really fast thinking, and traditional sailing thought this was impossible. And then the Olympic sailing shifted to shorter course races, and young sailors got used to becoming quicker decision makers. And now it's people have realized that this is a skill that you can learn. But the more confused the wind gets, the shorter the courses get, the quicker you have to react. And I guess that's what is changing. You have to be a little bit faster in your thinking.
Okay, let's go out on the water and join Tim now, who's with our winners from the last race.
We're on. Okay, we're just chatting a little in French as far as I can. So if you're wondering why I don't have only one guy with me, it's because the French don't dare to give me an English interview, so we have to try to make a mixture. They just won this race. Was it very difficult?
Yeah, we make a very good start, and so after it was quite easy, but it was a nice race, yes. Very punchy.
Yeah, very, and the conditions, I mean, it's just, you go up, down, it's so quick. Is it, he's turning away. Ok, tu veux le faire en français? Est-ce que c'est très dur, parce que c'est très court, les régates, c'est très dur pour vous?
Oui, c'est dur, il y a beaucoup de contacts et c'est pas toujours facile d'éviter la faute, et donc on a une petite tendance à se prendre quelques pénalités qui nous ont fait perdre pas mal de place et coûter pour le moment un peu cher, quoi.
Pas maintenant.
Pas sur cette manche, les manches d'avant. Sur cette manche, après le bon départ, tout s'est bien déroulé. Le vent bougeait beaucoup, mais on a réussi à l'accompagner à chaque fois et ça s'est bien passé.
D'accord. So he's saying it's so difficult because the races are so short, so everything has to work out well. And they had a few penalties before, but this time they didn't, so they won. They started the race first, I think, and then they kind of managed to have the other ones behind them. How are the conditions for you guys here compared to Antibes? Because Antibes it's usually very calm, you have 3 before. It's nothing to do with it, right?
Yeah, it's completely different. We have a lot of current too, and it's completely shifty, the wind, so... But it's a very nice city.
That's it, you know. I know it's difficult sailing and it's really challenging, but it's beautiful. I mean, sailing in front of this is just, that's unique.
Yeah, it's really nice. We are just in front of the Hermitage Museum, and we are completely in the city town center, so it's a really nice place to sail. The wind is quite shifty because many building around the area course, but it's really nice, and we are really happy to be here for sailing.
So you guys come from Antibes, so you know the Mediterranean Sea very well. If you make it to Italy, to Portocervo for the final, would that be an advantage, or do you say no? That's another area again that has nothing to do with Antibes.
I don't know Portocervo. I never sailed there, but I think it will be difficult to find a so nice place. So
that's for sure.
Thomas is a good match racer, so he could help us for the final in Portocervo.
Oh yeah, that's about match racing maybe. So, but your goal here is to make Portocervo. Votre but c'est d'aller à Portocervo, c'est ça?
Oui, bien sûr. Ouais. L'objectif, c'est de se sélectionner au Portocervo, sélectionner le club là-bas, et puis une fois qu'on y sera, essayer de faire une performance.
They're just saying, of course, their goal is to go to Portocervo. Are you four always sailing together? Is it always one crew?
No, it's the first time we sail together. Yeah.
Really? Okay.
We don't used to sail so much. Sofian is used to sail in a 470. I used to sail in a 49er. He used to sail a lot in a 420, and now he's coaching. And Thomas is sailing in a match racing. So it's the first time for us to sail together on the same boat.
Wow, so the J70 is a totally new thing then for you guys again, and you're still performing so well, so congratulations, well done. That says that knowing the Mediterranean says you're good sailors. Thank you very much, guys. Merci beaucoup. See you later.
Thanks, Tim. Well translated. And yes, everyone looking forward to Portocervo, but the only way that they're going to make it there is to finish in the top 13 here in St. Petersburg. Then Act 2 of this competition moves to St. Moritz and some lake sailing, which will be interesting to compare to this sort of sailing on the river here in St. Petersburg. And then the top teams from St. Moritz will also go to the grand final, will join the top teams from St. Petersburg in the grand final in Portocervo in Sardinia in September. So plenty to look forward to in this Champions League of sailing. And we've met lots of sailors and met lots of teams this afternoon, thanks to Tim's interviews, and it's interesting how they come together. There's a real mix of ages and experience, Marcus.
Yeah, what we find is that some teams are sticking together for years almost. Like the team from the NRV is a very solid team. We seen teams where they have a pool of talent of maybe 6 and 7 that stick together, and then they draw from that for the individual events. And then there's teams where a bunch of talented sailors come together for the event for the very first time, which sounds a bit unusual, but sailing is sailing in a certain way. There's classes where you have to train on that that class all the time, otherwise you can't perform. The Olympic classes are like that, but if you're really good in such classes, you can come to a keelboat like the J70, especially because it's one design, and compete against other top sailors without having to specifically practice for it necessarily. They do have a disadvantage, but it's not as pronounced as in other one design classes in the Olympics. So the team that we just saw, the French team, they said that they were coming together for the very first time, but they're top sailors. They've sailed in a lot of classes. They've sailed in the Olympics, and that allows them to perform at that level in the Sailing Champions League.
And very different conditions in all 3 Champions League events. So we're on a river here. We'll be in the Mediterranean Sea in Portocervo, and then also in September in St. Moritz on a lake.
Yeah, I mean, all 3 are spectacular venues for different reasons. I mean, this is obviously a very, very special city venue, very unique in the world. St. Moritz, beautiful hill mountain, hopefully with a good thermal breeze that we will appreciate there. And then beautiful Portocervo, one of the most magnificent places in the Mediterranean, with beautiful breeze, usually open seas, steady conditions. So it's a real test for all sorts of conditions. And we do see the postponement flag is up again on the starting boat.
And the problem here in St. Petersburg right now is the wind keeps shifting and they're quite restricted as to where they can put the course and where they can move the marks, and that is what's causing these postponements right now.
I mean, before this short course racing was established, it would have been impossible to sail in here. Now it is almost the normal way these league events happen. This is probably on the extreme side. If the wind blows along the river, not an issue. If it blows perpendicular, the race course gets awfully short.
We were talking about how these teams are put together, and it's interesting, isn't it? Because on these short courses, when teamwork is so important, it's interesting to see how, you'll have a new person come on and an old guy go off, and there's a chopping and changing of. But I imagine that keeping a consistent crew is an advantage.
It is, absolutely. You're right, but it makes you wonder, how is it possible that crews who are put together for the first time can actually perform at all? And that is because they're so experienced from their other classes, and if they've sailed keel boats before, they're quick. This boat, good sailors can quickly adapt to this boat, quicker than, let's say, a moth, for example, which is so technically demanding that you don't just jump into that boat and sail away. This is a strategic and tactical boat, and that part is the same in any fast-tacking keel boats. So that's the reason why they can do this at all.
Why? Well, the postponement flag flying. I mean, there is breeze out there, as you can see from the flags, but obviously it's not the sort of breeze we want right now. As boat number 5 with Regatta Club Bodensee of Switzerland sails past the committee boat, and we'll all be heading to Switzerland and to St. Moritz and the mountains in a few weeks' time for the next act. Well, we've moved outside, Marcus, which is a lot better than inside in our greenhouse. It's a lot fresher.
Still a nice fresh breeze blowing.
And here, right now, there's more breeze than I think there has been all day.
Yeah.
Although the cloud cover's coming in, the sun sort of being hidden, so things are changing. We can see that. But can you explain to people watching us at home, your hair's blowing,
what's left
why aren't they racing out there?
Well, because the wind has shifted from along the river to perpendicular. The race course is awfully short, and there's just nothing they can do. There's a lot of traffic on this river, so when they sail along the river, it's not a big deal, but now it is a problem. So we've run out of racetrack, and they have done plenty of races already. I mean, that's another good thing about league sailing. They start very early, and they sail very long at night, and they usually get almost all the races in, and we've been half through all the scheduled races already, so they should mind good sailing conditions and not force it too much. There's a Russian helicopter flying over the race course now, so I think it's a wise decision to take a break and see if the wind might shift around further, then it would actually blow from that direction.
You mentioned the number of flights. We've got well, we want to finish. We've got one race left in Flight 9, and we'll talk a little bit about that in a moment. It could prove to be a crucial race. But then we have 7 more flights to go to the conclusion, and of course we have all day tomorrow as well. So we're in a good place as far as the scheduling is concerned. I'm looking for the committee boat now. It's over. It's over there, and the postponement flag still flying on that. No, it's just come down actually. I thought I heard a hooter, so we're 4 minutes away from the start. And what's fascinating about this race is that we've got first and second in the overall leaderboard up against each other. So the boats to look out for are boat number 2 with the grey bow. They're the Dutch Almere Central, and they are currently in second place overall. And then the boat they're trying to chase, it's our camera boat, boat number 3 with the blue bow. of Circolo Canottieri Agnene of Rome, and they are the current overall leaders, leading by just 2 points. So that is a battle within the battle. Another boat to keep an eye out for is boat number 8. They are the Cape Crow Yacht Club of Gothenburg in Sweden, and they're currently sitting in 5th place. They said their target was to win this event overall, and right now they're 4 points behind the leaders, so it's all within their grasp. They've already managed 2 victories, and as we build up to this race, the postponement flag has gone back up on that committee boat, which shows just how fluky and difficult the conditions are here in St. Petersburg.
But I'm really looking forward to this race. I'm really looking forward to this race because we will see the first and second racing against each other. It's always a treat to see how they battle each other, who has the upper side. Can we get an early indication of which team is mentally stronger to win this? I'm really looking forward to that race, and I'm sure it's going to happen in the next few minutes.
It's also interesting to test how mentally strong our production team is, who are trying to keep up with the committee's decision on whether to race or not race, and what decisions to take. It's going to be a few minutes until we get another race underway, so we're going to take a break. Don't go away wherever you're watching around the world, and I'm sure you're watching in at least 11 nations, because we've got 11 nations represented here in St. Petersburg today. So wherever you're watching and whatever you're watching on, keep it switched on, because we'll keep this shot up for you, and you'll be the first to know when that postponement flag comes down. And from me, Alec Wilkinson and Marcus Bauer will be back in a few moments as soon as the racing gets underway. So the postponement flag goes down on the committee boat in St. Petersburg, and we have 2 minutes to the start of this race. Hopefully things aren't going to change, conditions aren't going to change again, and that red and white flag goes back up. So fingers crossed, we'll have the final race of Flight 9 underway in just a moment. Clock, bottom of the screen, telling us it's 1:30 to go now. And these, we were talking about the effect, Marcus, of these short courses on the crew work.
I actually think we have a course animation lined up that we can show what short course really means. We are flying into St. Petersburg, and here's our start line. The boats go up to the first windward mark, then down to a gate, back up again to the windward mark. Today it's a 3-lap course, so one more lap, back up to the last windward mark and down to the finish. So it's a lot of turning, a lot of up and down, and start is super crucial, but you can still make gains in the race. Most crucial moments, in my opinion, the start and the first leeward gate.
So a few minutes ago I ran through the 2 leading boats and the numbers to look out for. Also in this race with the black bow, Chiemsee Yacht Club of Germany. With the yellow bow, boat number 5 is Regatta Bodensee of Switzerland. Then boat number 6 with the red bow, Lord of the Sail of Russia. And boat number 7 with the pink bow is Regatta Club Oberhofen of Switzerland.
And it's 5 seconds to go to the start. Boats are sailing against the current now. And the start has happened, and no boat was over the line. It was actually a very conservative start, in my opinion. Everybody could have been a bit closer. Difficult to say who won the start, but I think the best start was by Regatta Club Oberhofen, who started closest to the boat.
It certainly did, but they've lost that lead, and obviously there's a jostling for positions, but right now Lord of the Sail of Russia is out front, as you can see, boat number 6. Cape Crow Yacht Club battling it out in the mix as well. But what about our overall leaders? The Italians on boat number 3, where are they? Not the best of starts for them, still very much in the hunt though, in 5th place.
Yep, but I think we should keep an eye on that Italian boat. It would be good to keep an eye on that Italian boat as the overall series leader and see how they fight their way through this race. It was interesting to follow them before. Some smart moves they made in a race where we kept a closer eye on them.
Well, they're already up into 3rd place.
They went furthest to the left. Let's see if they get some fresh breeze here. When Chiemsee Yacht Club tacks, they might be able to force them into attack. I think everybody's going a bit too far at the moment. It's almost
so right now, Marcus, on these short courses, you know, are the Swiss and the Russians, for example, who are battling it for 1st and 2nd, are they battling each other? Is this a match race now between them, or are they very aware of what's happening behind them as well?
I wouldn't say it's a match race. I think in these shifty conditions, everybody is they're actually going around a mark that's not currently displayed in the tracking. Sorry, can you repeat your question?
Well, let's just have a look at what's happening now that we've got those pictures. So it looks like the Swiss and the Germans are fighting it out for the lead, although that blue boat, number 3, according to the pictures we can see, that's the Italian team in 3rd or 4th place. But let's fly to the front of the fleet and that bottom gate where boat number 5, Regatta Club Bodensee of Switzerland, are clearly in the lead and round that mark, followed closely by boat number 6, Lord of the Sail of Russia.
Yeah, and again, this is a leeward gate, so boats can either go out to the left or go out to the right.
We're on board with the Russians now, and we're looking back. We can see the rest of the fleet now just going through the gate. But the Russians extending that lead from the 3rd place boat. The Italians in the foreground of this picture, trying to chase down the lead, but obviously also trying to keep well ahead of Almere Central of the Netherlands. Where are the Dutch? We're looking for boat number 2, right behind the Italians. So first and second overall are currently third and fourth in this race. The Swiss comfortably in the lead now, heading up towards that top mark for the second time.
And it's certainly not like the Italians can do magic here in catching up. They're doing a great job, but
yeah, the Italians look like on the right-hand side of the screen are going to get squeezed out here, though.
Yeah, absolutely.
And we can see the Swiss, they're away now, the spinnaker's out, the wind has filled it, they're off downwind as the Russians round that mark. But all eyes on third and fourth. Boat 2 and 3.
Would be
That's what
good
we
to
want
get
to see.
back to
Here
that
we go.
mark rounding. Here we go. Italians managed
So
to
the Dutch-
somehow squeeze their way around as well.
The Dutch have got round that mark ahead of the Italians and have taken third place. Our leader heading down to the bottom gate for the final time, beginning the last lap. The committee boat, which will also be the finish line at the end of this next lap. You can just see that on the right-hand side of the screen. It can be a little bit confusing sometimes, especially on these short courses. And there are lots of buoys and marks out there marking the river that have nothing to do with this regatta, keeping the commercial shipping on one side of the river and our race on the other. The Russians in second place, round the mark, and now again that battle for third. Who's it going to be? Currently it's the Dutch in the lead, but the Italians coming in fast with the blue spinnaker.
But they're coming from the outside, and again, they might drop to fifth place. Just
this
here
is
and
a
now.
few seconds behind the pictures we've just seen, so we know the Dutch get round first.
The
And now a
Italians get
battle.
pushed outside. That's the blue boat rounding there now.
Pushed out by the Germans of Chiemsee Yacht Club. And we'll wait for the live pictures to see exactly who got the advantage there. The Swiss are away, the Russians are away, but that battle for third is still very much alive. And the Italians are going to have to shake off the Germans in order to chase
It wasn't
the Dutch.
Chiemsee Yacht Club, it was Cape Crow Yacht Club that came inside. And the Italians had to do circles. They had to do a penalty circle because they didn't give them enough room at the mark, I assume, which drops them further down the leaderboard. So not a good race for the formerly overall leaders. They're now dropped down in fifth place. So one race can make such a big difference here.
Yeah, but the Dutch are still in third, so I'm not sure that it's going to be that much make any difference to their position at the top of the leaderboard. We shall see. There's still half a lap to go. Final leg, downwind, with the Swiss club, Regatta Club Bodensee, in the lead, and quite a lead it is. Lord of the Sail of Russia in second, and then come the Dutch, and they are well ahead now of the Italians. But look at that battle for fourth between the Italians and the Germans. And quite what's happened to Cape Crow Yacht Club, I'm not sure. We'll have to check the data on that, because if it was them that came round and forced a penalty on the Italians, something has gone wrong in that one single leg since the incident. But plain sailing for the yellow bow of Regatta Club Bodensee of Switzerland as they come down towards the finish line from the town of St. Gallen on Lake Constance. Julien Flessati on the helm, and victory for them as the Russians, Lord of the Sail, come in second place. The team from Yekaterinburg in the Ural Mountains, right in the middle of Russia. And the Dutch confirmed in third place. So congratulations to our first, second and third places.
And I'm just still trying to make sense of what happened with Cape Crow Yacht Club there. But they were definitely involved in that incident with the Italian boat.
And so here are the Italians crossing the finish line now. The first three with quite some distance on the rest of the fleet. But the Italians crossing not quite last, but almost. So a penalty that cost them dear. And where exactly they finished will be vital in the overall standings, in deciding the overall standings. The computers are still number crunching and working out the exact positions, but at the moment it looks like the top 7 were as it is on the top left of the screen, and that has now been confirmed. So it means that Frederikshavn Sail Club have gone top of the overall standings, and the Italians have fallen down those standings. But again, we need to get official confirmation of that. But Flight 9 then is done and dusted. 3 races this afternoon. In total, their races 25, 26 and 27 of this regatta. So preliminary results, there we go, from Flight 9.
And the leaderboard is ever so close. Slight lead, just a little bit more than a point for Frederikshavn Sail Club. But then tied on points, second and third place.
I think what we're looking at there is the overall standings.
That is.
Okay, fine.
That is.
So the Italians then drop, down to 5th. They started that race in first place overall. Os Legal Sailing up into 2nd, and St. Quentin up into 3rd place, but equal on points with the Russians. So it's all still pretty close at the top of the leaderboard. And remember, it's the top 13 that count. We can't see them there, but I can tell you in 11th right now, Cape Crow Yacht Club, after their pretty disastrous last race. Then comes Yacht Club Scheveningen of the Netherlands, and in 13th place at the moment, Kerteminde Sail Club. So those are our top 13.
And where do you have Cape Crow Yacht Club ranked at the moment?
Well, they started that race in 5th place, and I've now got them ranked in 11th. So for some of those leading boats, the Italians and the Swedes, it was a really disastrous result. The Swedes came 7th, and the Italians in the end were given 5th place in that race.
But bear in mind, these are preliminary results, and there was slight confusion in the results just in this race, especially regarding Cape Crow Yacht Club. They were involved in an incident, and then they're currently ranked in last place in that race, and I don't think that is necessarily 100% correct. We're grateful to have these immediate results from the GPS tracking, but they don't all of the time match the official results.
But I'll tell you who's going to be very pleased with that, and not just because they won. Regatta Club Oberhofen, they'll be extremely pleased with that race because they've been inconsistent throughout the whole of the regatta. But that race, they got out in front, they held that lead, and they certainly were consistent.
Yeah, and they do have potential, and there's not much in it to the front of the fleet, to the podium. It's just three points. Anything can happen still halfway through this regatta. Some favorites are slowly emerging, but there's still, it's wide open who's going to win this.
Okay, let's get out on the water, Tim's, with some of the winning team.
ersten Rennen, irgendwie gestern.
Ja, da hatten wir keine Zeit, vorzubereiten.
Okay. We're just chatting about yesterday because Julian is with us from the Bodensee Yacht Club at the Lake Constance. They just won. We're starting like recapitulating what's been happening from the beginning. So what happened? Like you have an RDG. Does that mean race damage yesterday?
No, we had some problem at the start with the boat, and unfortunately we don't have time to solve this problem. So the race committee started the race, and we wasn't ready to race, so we had to ask for redress.
So now you get leveled. That's why you have a funny 28.2 now.
Exactly. Yes, we get the average from yesterday, so this is now what counts.
Okay. You just won this race, but it looked still kind of difficult to race here. Can you explain a little how you perceived this whole scenery?
Yeah, the racing here at the moment is extremely difficult. We have a lot of shifts, a lot of gusts coming in, and we tried to start at the committee boat because it was very favorite there, and from then on we were able to control the race, and it was, if you're in front it's easier to control the race with these gusts and the shifts, of course.
Being from Lake Constance, you should be used to shifting winds and gusts. Is that an advantage here?
I would say yes, it's an advantage to have this, to get you or to be used with this gusts and shift, yes.
Can you still enjoy the racing, or is it so crazy and tiring that you say, oh God, let's finish this day?
It's half-half. It's really, you have to be on point in the race, but yeah, that's what makes it very interesting. And yeah, we enjoy racing here, even if the conditions are difficult, yes.
You're sixth now overall, so it looks like you're going to do Porto Cervo. Are you going to sail there, or are you swapping teams?
I think we will swap the teams because I will sail the World Championships before on the J70. So
not too bad either.
No, it isn't, and I will go home to the universities, so we have another team who will go there.
Looking forward to see you here, Julian. Thank you very much, and good luck. See you later. Bye-bye.
Thank you to Tim for that interview.
Okay, so these short courses, meaning the racing is fast and furious, and let's just clarify some of those results from that race.
Yeah. We corrected the preliminary results, and I can run you through the results of that race. So
winners of the race, we've just heard from them, Regatta Bodensee of Switzerland. Second place was Lord of the Sail of Russia. Then came the Dutch of Almere Central in third place, and then in fourth,
it's Circolo
Canottieri Agnini of Italy, but they're fifth.
That's overall.
Okay.
That's overall.
So fourth, and then...
No, sorry. Fourth was Chiemsee Yacht Club.
You know what? Sometimes you can have too much information.
I know. But fourth, now for sure, fourth was Chiemsee Yacht Club. Fifth, and they were fourth before the last lap, is Circolo Canottieri Agnini, one of our favorites, but they now dropped to fifth overall, and Cape Coral Yacht Club actually came sixth, and Regatta Club Overhofen was seventh.
And there was an incident, wasn't there, at the bottom gate between the Italians and the Swedes, and that was an incident that has cost the Italians, in fact, and the Swedes, dear in the overall standings, because that's really they've decided the positions in this race.
Well, the Italians and the Swedes went around the leeward gate, and the Swedish boat was pushing inside, and it was apparently okay to push inside, but the Italians didn't give enough room. That's what it looks like on the tracking. That's what we saw from here, and I assume the jury gave him a penalty following that incident, and that did cost them dearly, and they had a fifth place in this. Sixth place in this race.
I think Lorenzo Bressani, the helm of the Italian boat, will be kicking himself for that decision, because sometimes you have to play it safer and take the position that you've got, really, rather than risk everything as he did, and it didn't pay off on this occasion. Maybe we'll hear from him a little bit later on and get his reaction to that as well. So Flight 9 is concluded in fairly dramatic and fast fashion. And we await Flight 10 to get underway, the first race of Flight 10, featuring another 7 teams from around the world, from Germany, from Russia, from the Netherlands, from Sweden, and from Finland. And it'll be interesting to see how the conditions work out here this afternoon, because they're changing the whole time, but there seems to be plenty of breeze out on the committee boat right now. The flag's flying nicely, but as we've learned earlier on, just plenty of breeze doesn't make it the right sort of breeze for racing here in St. Petersburg on the Neva River, which is being enjoyed, by the way, by hundreds of people on the beach just outside the commentary box. We're sweltering inside our glass box, but they're out enjoying the sunshine, and some are even going for a little dip in the fresh water of the Neva River. So the boats, the crews have changed and swapped, and the new crews are now out on the water as we await the beginning of Flight 10 with 1.5 minutes to go. So boat number 1 with the black bow is Regatta Verein of Germany. Boat
Norddeutscher Regattaverein. I give you a little hand here and there, and you give me a little hand here and there.
Thank you. St. Petersburg Yacht Club are on boat 2. Boat 3, which has our camera on board, is from the Netherlands, Massenroa. Cape Crow Yacht Club, back-to-back races for the Swedes. The chance to make amends for their previous result. They're in the green boat, boat number 8. Boat number 5 has another Dutch team in it, Scheveningen, and you can say that better than me.
Scheveningen.
That's it, well done. Lord of the Sail, again, back-to-back races for them. They're in the red boat, boat number 6, and the pink Spinnaker, boat number 7, belongs to Segelsällskapet of Finland. We're looking at the Dutch.
30 seconds to go to the start. Slight bias, almost a square line, but boats bunching up more towards the right-hand side.
And difficult to see from this
to
angle,
go.
but here we go. This is the angle we're after. So the line from the red flag buoy at the bottom of the screen to the boat at the top, and boat number 3 with the Dutch on board comes to this end, and it looks like it's a clean start, but there's a boat at the
starting
back, starting
very late.
very late indeed. And we'll wait to
there
get
was
confirmation of the
there was
number
one
of that
boat
boat.
that was awfully close in the middle. That was the NRV, Norddeutsche Regattaverein. I'm not sure if there were any recalls. I don't think so.
But here we go, boat number 3 with the Dutch on board, closest to us, Massenroa. And then inside them, boat number 2, St. Petersburg Yacht Club.
What a nice shot from the onboard with the fortress in the background. Dutch boat tacking. Currently lying in 4th place. This race is still led by the NRV.
By the German...
in boat number 1, closely followed by St. Petersburg Yacht Club in the foreground, who's now getting headed. That cost him a boat length. And here we have the fleet closing in to the windward mark, with the NRV still in the lead. Cape Crow Yacht Club in good contention, so is St. Petersburg Yacht Club.
So Norddeutsche out in front. A real mix of experience on board that boat. And can they make it pay as it rounds the mark in the lead? Right behind them, St. Petersburg Yacht Club, sail number 2. And then a real bunch for the 3rd position, but it's gone to the Dutch. And then come Cape Crow Yacht Club in 4th. And we're on board. We're on board the Dutch boat.
Who's currently lying in 6th position and has a lot of catching up to do. Really closely bunched, those boats from 3rd to 4th place. NRV is pulled away a little bit. St. Petersburg Yacht Club in 2nd place, also pulled slightly away, but wide open what's going to happen in that
bunch of boats from third to seventh.
And now for the Germans, as they complete the first lap of this race, it's a case of staying out of trouble and sailing their race.
And also picking the right gate mark. And the one closer to us in this view is the favored one according to our wind devices. Still, NRV is opting to the right-hand side. I saw the other one as favored, but obviously I don't know where the next gust is going to hit, and that's where sailors need to go.
The Russians agree with them. They're going right as well.
Boat number 8 is...
Boat number 8 is the Swedes, Cape Crow Yacht Club, and they round in third. They've gone left. And then it's a whole bunch of trouble. A real amount of traffic trying to get through the gate.
But nice move by Cape Crow Yacht Club to head out to the left. I think that is, it does look like a winning move right now. They're going high at the moment, and if the wind's going to swing back, they would have dramatically reduced the distance. They're already in third place.
But look how much faster the Germans are on the right side of the course.
That's true. Cape Crow now tacking. Are they getting headed? It does look like it, and they're closing into St. Petersburg Yacht Club. I think they're slightly delayed in this image. Here we have the tack of Cape Crow Yacht Club. And see how high they're going after their tack. That was a good move, really. Going to the favored side of the gate always pays off if you can catch a gust afterwards and close in back to the fleet. Beautiful job by Cape Crow Yacht Club. Nice
racing. How smooth
racing.
will this manoeuvre be? It was very smooth, because there they are in second place, round the mark. So they moved their way up the fleet with an excellent bit of sailing. St. Petersburg Yacht Club now dropped down to third. Three ballet dancing their way around that mark.
Oh, and a terrible move on boat number 1.
The Germans.
Why did they drive there? Why did they do that? I missed out on that. Why did they get penalized there? Not clear to me. Did they hit the mark, and were they called out by the jury?
Well,
Why?
Marcus, you look back at your data as we're on board with St. Petersburg Yacht Club.
I'm puzzled why they took turns at that point.
But now
They
the
went
Swedes
away.
are ahead. So the Swedes are ahead and making distance as the battle between the Germans and the Russians now develops for second place.
Again, we see the gate with the closer mark, the left-hand gate mark being favored. Who's going to take that? I think St. Petersburg Yacht Club is going to win that mark. Head out to the left again. That was the winning move by Cape Crow Yacht Club just before.
But which way are they all going to go?
So here we have the jibe by St. Petersburg Yacht Club in the foreground. Norddeutscher Regattaverein has to go behind Cape Crow Yacht Club. Still puzzled why they had to do turns. We need to get Tim Kruse to do an interview after the race to find out.
It was a maneuver that worked for the Russians because they have now taken the lead.
It
You're
worked
shaking
before.
your head though.
It worked before.
You're not convinced?
I know I'm convinced. The left-hand side worked before. It's the favored gate mark that you want to take.
Well, they tack in towards that mark. And they've now built up quite a lead. But then we saw that with the Germans earlier on.
Yeah, we're in slightly lighter winds just now. They managed to pass. They're tacking, but they're ahead of ley line.
Nice maneuver.
And not on the ley line yet. Well, no, they will make it.
There's
Sorry.
the mark. Round they go. The local club in front of the local fans. Round the mark
nice
in first
and
place.
clean race. They benefited from this from the penalty turn that the German boat had to take, but well sailed and nice strategy with taking that left-hand gate mark.
And
down
suddenly
there.
the sunbathers on the beach are taking a much greater interest. They've heard their boat is heading towards the finish line in first place. The Germans now in second, ahead of Lord of the Sail in third place. So we've lost the Swedes along the way somewhere.
Let me go
Boat
back.
number
They're
8 we're
currently
looking
in
for.
fourth place, and let me check where they lost out.
Well, they've moved up to third according to this data that we're looking at now.
It is awfully close, together with
there's been a real battle of the sort of in the mid-fleet, really, and those positions are changing the whole time. But what is clear is that St. Petersburg Yacht Club are going to win this race, and they're going to win ahead of the Germans. It'll be interesting to hear from the Germans.
It's not over
what
yet,
happened.
with a lot of the sails being in third place. It's still awfully close. Gazprom Spinnaker jibing right there. They had to jibe just in time. It is going to be a really, really close finish, but Norddeutsche Regatterverein, I think, is going to come second. Boat number 8 just came in really quickly.
That's the Swedes.
That
Cape
was
Crow
the
Yacht
Swedish
Club.
This one is going to be really, really close. Let's wait and see how the results evolve. St. Petersburg Yacht Club first.
Well, you know what? After the last race, I'm just going to sit and wait until we get official confirmation before we try and guess. But certainly the winners of that race, the local club, St. Petersburg Yacht Club, crossed the line in first.
And look at this finishing fleet here. They've gone through the finish line, but they're still all close together. That was an incredible race. Really, really interesting. But I do think the results are correct. It's Norddeutsche Regatterverein third. St. Petersburg Yacht Club definitely won.
Yeah, we'll see how the rest of the fleet pans out, how the results pan out. But well done to Anna Bazalkina at the helm of St. Petersburg Yacht Club. First place, not their first podium of the regatta. They're doing extremely well at the moment. But then Bazalkina, massively experienced Olympic sailor in the 470 in the Yingling. She's been around a bit, and she knows her crew, and they're really doing the business. A disappointing season last year in the National League for them, but they were given a wild card because, of course, they're the hosting yacht club, and here they are.
And it takes them up to 8th place overall, which is the best placed team in the from this fleet, really. Norddeutsche Regatterverein in 9th place. No top contenders in this race. So let's see how the next race pans out and what it brings for the overall result.
Well, in time you'll get the official SAP data analytic results, and you can give us those when they're through and when they are ready. But at the moment we can go with I think what is on the screen. Now it's interesting, isn't it, how in these tricky conditions and these short courses, the local knowledge of your local sailors can be so helpful.
Well, I'm not quite of that opinion, because this is about shifty conditions. This is about gusts that hit the race course in quick succession, and that happens in the same way in every offshore breeze worldwide. And what matters is that you're switched on in the moment and not that you know the venue. You got to have good eyesight, you got to see where the gusts hit, and you got to position your boat properly. So the St. Petersburg Yacht Club didn't win it because they are from St. Petersburg. They won it because they're good sailors.
But I wonder if their consistency throughout the regatta comes from the local knowledge, as well as obviously their skill and teamwork on board, because they've pretty much been in a podium place for virtually every one of their 10 races.
Would be good to ask him. Also, maybe if Tim Kruse can ask him at some point. I would doubt that they ever sail in here. Normally, I think they would sail outside the bay and train there, and not in this city venue, which is, for training purposes, quite an unusual race venue.
That metal cylindrical red buoy, nothing to do with our race course. That's just part of the shipping lanes of this very busy river. You can see that big launch behind the back of the shot in front of the Hermitage Museum, one of the most famous museums in the world. Well, those launches are ploughing their way up and down this river and through the canals with hundreds of tourists every day. And so some pretty strict rules as to where you can sail and where you can't, and where they can motor and where they can't. But they're changing the flag at the back of the boat to signify a new sailing club have taken control of boat number 5. And they are from Denmark. They are Frederikshavn Sail Club. So they're away. They've got a few minutes to check the state of the boat, make sure it's been left as they would want it, before they have to make do with what they've got. You can flag up some faults and any damage. You can flag it up within a time window, and if you do, if it can't be fixed, there are alternative boats that the crew can switch to. But yeah, the turnaround is pretty quick between races, 5, 6, 7 minutes or so, and then we've got a 4-minute countdown as well. But a few issues today with inconsistent wind. We've had a few postponements.
You can see it on this image, actually. You can see it is quite windy, windier than expected. It's well above 10 knots all the time. I thought we would see a max of 10 knots today, and but you can also see it is gusty. The coloring on the water is quite uneven. And a fair bit of waves on this small channel river. Still plenty of waves evolving, in large part due to motorboats zooming by.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? Because in Olympic sailing, in dinghy sailing, a lot is made about the wake created by camera boats and coaching boats and even helicopters. But there's not a lot of complaints you can make on this river.
Yeah,
that's just how it is.
So still waiting for that next upcoming race whilst the crews are getting ready for it and are setting up their boats.
Right, well, we've been waiting for some interviews from Tim Kruse, who's out on the water, and I've just seen he's made it back to the pontoon. So let's hear from him now.
So you're European champion?
Yes.
In what?
England.
England, okay.
Yes,
okay.
yes.
Very good.
Yeah.
Okay, so we don't have Tim quite yet, but I can see him all lined up and ready to go, as you could. So he's with the winning helm from that boat, the St. Petersburg boat, Anna Bazalkina, and I look forward to hearing from her. Let's do that now.
All right, we've got Anna Bazalkina with us, European champion in Dingling, and she is one of the best sailors out here. And the best thing is she's from St. Petersburg Yacht Club. That means she's got the biggest home advantage. Still, it's very difficult today, even for you.
Yeah, it's very difficult. Yeah, that's right.
You won very close. When did you know that you're going to bring this thing home?
Oh, what do you
that you're going to win this race?
In such a short race, you never know how you will finish until you cross the finish line. So just to keep your body, just look around, and yeah, until you will cross it.
We can tell you look a little exhausted. So it's too warm, and it's very tiring, right?
Yeah, just 9 minutes, but you exactly absolutely wet because you work very hard. 3 laps, so each lap just 3 minutes. You just hoist down like that.
It must be very tiring, I bet. But it's the same for everybody. So now overall, you're 9th. So I think. So it looks as if you might make it to Porto, which would be your goal, I guess. Are you going to stay there?
Yes, we will try to qualify to Porto.
And it's the same for people sailing there?
Yeah, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Have you ever been to the Mediterranean Sea?
Yes, of course. Okay. Many times.
Yeah, that's good. So you know what's coming up there.
Yeah, and I've been in Porto.
Oh, you know Porto very well.
Just one regatta there, but it's enough.
How important is the home advantage here compared to the others? Because you're 9th, which is good, but thinking that you come from here, people might think, well, they could do a little better.
It looks like, but this area is not usual for us because we sail on the Gulf, so it's on the sea. So this is my second regatta here. So most of other teams was 4-6 times here. So it's quite difficult for me.
It looks like
area. Yes, yes.
And also with the winds coming from there, I mean, that's so unusual, having real southerly winds. So everything is new for you too. So there's no home advantage, you would say?
Yes, yes, yeah. Absolutely unusual. Yeah, you're right.
Okay, Anna, thank you so much. It was a pleasure. And good luck, and hope to see you in Porto. Thank you very much.
Well, there you go. So much for my theory about home advantage. She's only ever sailed here twice.
That's what I thought. But she's a very good sailor, so that makes a difference.
So we have our final race of the day that we'll be bringing to you live. It's the second race of Flight 10.
I think we're going to do the complete flight. We're going to broadcast until the so
Which
it's
is good,
two more races to go, and that's going to give us final results. But obviously, everybody can follow all the races at sapsailing.com with lots of other regattas happening there as well. But if you want to look at all the results, get them live, look at the analytics and the stats, go to sapsailing.com and check it out yourself. Also great to follow as a second screen to our live broadcast. And it's 1 minute and 45 seconds to go to the start.
So the interesting thing about this race is we've got a real wide range of teams. So we've got the overall leader taking part in this race. Boat number 5 with the yellow bow, Frederick Schaven Sail Club of Denmark. Other than that, there's no one else from the top 5. We've got Regatta d'Antibes, who are placed 7th. Everybody else is out of the top 10. So everyone else is still battling to get into the top 13. So let's run through who to look out for. The black-bowed boat, number 1, is the Polish team of Giżycko. Then comes another Polish team racing against each other, Yacht Club Sopot, the two Poles with 50 seconds to go. They are 16th and 17th overall. Chiemsee Yacht Club of Germany are in boat number 3, the blue boat. Denmark, the Kataminde Sail Club, they're 12th overall, they're in boat number 8. Then come the overall leaders from Denmark in 5. Then come the Regatta d'Antibes on boat number 6. And then Regatta Oberhofen, 18th overall. The Swiss are on boat number 7, with 20 seconds to go to the start line.
And we have a slight port end bias. Actually, it says 20 meters advantage to start to the port end. So I'm a little bit surprised that so many boats bunch up there against the current. And boat number 8, in my opinion, in the best position, sailing towards the favorite end of the line, Kataminde Sail Club. Great start by them, good acceleration, and I think, well, they couldn't tack now, but I think they should have won the start. Let's look at what the live leaderboard says. Yes, it does say that they won the start, and that was an easy start for them. Now they have to avoid that little mark costing them a little bit. But that was an easy start. They could tack now and probably pass boat number 7,
and
which
that's
is
exactly what they do. Ahead of Regatta Club Oberhofen of Switzerland.
And they're already laying the mark. That's somewhat the downside of that start. You get pushed out to the left side. Oh, and now a spectator boat, a river boat, is going into the right through the regatta course. Oh my God!
How are they going to react to this? The Danes go around it.
They pass. Can they push in? This is going to be an awfully close. This is the police is in there as well. This is going to be really, really close. Can they push in there? I don't think they can push in there. They will have to go around the rest of the fleet. The other boats have tacked on the right-hand side. This is going to be a very close win with Mark Rowney. Boat number 5. Can they make it? Can they push in there?
Frederick Schaven Sail Club, the overall leaders, round the mark in first place. The Danes
Oh, boat number
Tried to
8
take
crashing
control,
in there.
and
I
then-
don't think that was okay. They shouldn't have done that.
And then the Danes, who managed to avoid the riverboat, have just crashed into round the mark and have virtually come to a complete halt as boat number 5 and boat number 2 go round the mark. Boat number 2, Sopot of Poland, are through in second place. And the other Polish boat in third. But boat number 8 go round and round and pay the price. They did so well to avoid that riverboat, who shouldn't have been there. It shouldn't have been there. It's quite clear who's supposed to sail and who's supposed to motor on which side of the river. But on that occasion, despite the hard work of all the various marshals, one boat did get through. Now, that shouldn't happen, but it has, and you have to deal with it as the skipper of a boat. And those who dealt with it best are out in front right now. The Danes from Frederikshavn Sail Club, ahead of the second place boat, Yacht Club Sopot of Poland.
Heading towards the leeward gate with a strong bias to the left-hand gate mark, and that's where this leading boat is sailing towards. We can see the other mark, not very interesting for any of these boats at the moment. Also looked like that left-hand side of the course was a little bit lighter, so the first boat goes around Frederikshavn Sail Club, followed by Yacht Club Sopot, and I think pretty much everyone is going to take that left-hand mark.
So the third place boat rounds that mark. Followed closely by Regatta d'Antibes, who've kind of kept out of the tussles until now. They've had a good day, the French, so far. 7th overall. But hardly time to catch your breath on these short legs as we are on board with Chiemsee Yacht Club of Germany. 20th overall, but still chasing that top 13 place in order to make it through to the grand final in September.
So that's the first and second place boat.
Just coming to the top mark for the second time. Frederikshavn Sail Club still in first place, and then it's Poland in second. And we'll see as the rest of the fleet approaches if the other Polish team are still in third. They are. Giżycko approached that mark with Regatta d'Antibes hot on their bow. So tell me about that situation with the water taxi, Marcus, and the Danes, because they had a great start, and it lasted half of the first leg. They're going to be pretty upset about that.
Of course, but you know that can happen. I remember my first race at the Olympics in Athens. I had a camera boat sailing right in front of me, and it cost me many places. And it is tough. You got to even encounter these things and sail around them and avoid them. It can happen. It's tough luck, but it's just the way it is. I think everybody's trying really hard to keep these traffic boats out of the race courses, but it is part of this game.
Well, it's currently Denmark and then Poland in second and third as the leaders round the bottom gate. Spinnaker goes away, one more lap to go.
Everybody loving that left-hand side. That right-hand gate mark that's on the far end here is not an option for anybody. It's too disadvantaged. It's too far down the wind.
Regatta d'Antibes rounding the mark in fourth place, looking to close the gap on the poles. But the exciting thing about this format is that, you know, even one position, certainly two positions, can make such a big difference to the overall leaderboard, as we saw in earlier races where the overall leaders dropped down to fifth because of one disastrous race.
Every race counts, and every position in a race counts. It doesn't matter if you're in the lead or if you're fighting for last or second last place. You want to get that extra point. In the end, it's the consistency that counts, and you want to battle for any point you can get.
I noticed the Danish team, Kerteminde Sail Club, have made up one place at the back of the fleet, and the Germans have dropped to the back now. Sopot just rounding that mark, heading home now, downwind. Gijitsko around safely, and then come the French. Now just 18 meters in it between first and second place. It's a very, very short leg. You wouldn't expect the Danes to throw this away, especially the Danes with that sort of experience.
I don't think it's going to happen, Alec, because they're practically laying the finish line. They don't even have to jibe anymore. They're going straight. This is a train ride now. They're just heading down to the finish line, and there's not much in it.
Chris Human at the helm. He's made very few mistakes today. He's had a very good day, and now just a few meters and a few seconds from the finish line. The overall leaders of this regatta win their race in Flight 10, followed closely by Yacht Club Sopot in second. And so close, though. Their Polish rivals, Yacht Club Gijitsko, come across the line in third place. And there we see fourth place, boat number 6, Regatta d'Antibes of France.
So the race winners are the overall leaders, which I think shows that skill does matter in this venue. It's far from luck. And it's actually looking at the points. Frederikshavn Sail Club has half the points overall than the second place boat in this race has overall. The second place boat is almost up to 50 points, and Frederikshavn has 25.
Very little to do with luck, but sometimes it can have to do with bad luck.
Yeah,
and it was certainly bad luck for Kerteminde Sail Club of Denmark, who had a great start, were out in the lead, were well placed. And
sometimes things don't go so well, and then you have bad luck on top of that.
Still, they managed to make up a place. They went from last to 6th, so they did what they could. And already the crew's beginning to swap over as we prepare for the final race of Flight 10. But let's just have a quick look at the data from the previous race.
Yeah, well, interestingly, the top 2 boats were not the fastest boats in this race. They were the boats which covered the shortest distance. So, again, to all non-sailors watching, you can either win by shorter distance or by sailing faster, or ideally by both. In this case, they weren't the fastest. Speed wasn't that important, but they kept close to the run line. They chose the better gate side. They chose the better start, and reduced extra distance and less maneuvers. Pretty clear correlation here that the boats that did less maneuvers came out on top.
Five past 4 in the afternoon here in St. Petersburg. One more race to go to conclude Flight 10, and then we'll be able to have a proper look at the overall leaderboard. But right now, the team that won the last race, Frederikshavn Sail Club, hold on to the top spot. About 1¼ points behind them. Ostlegal Sailing of Russia in second, but equal on points, 26 points with Club Voile Saint-Quentin. They are in action in our next race, as our Ost legal sailing. So we have the first, the second and the third placed boats up against each other, along with the fourth place boat. So this is a massive race coming up, and it's a few minutes away.
And it concludes flight number 10, which will give us an interesting intermediate leaderboard.
And I think it'll give us a very good idea of how things are going to look at this time tomorrow afternoon at the conclusion of this particular regatta here in St. Petersburg. Act 1 of the Champions League of Sailing. Act 2 will take place in early September in St. Moritz in the Alps, and then we move to Portocervo for the grand final in September.
Let's have another look at the course for this final race of our broadcast today. We're flying in to beautiful St. Petersburg. Start line right in front of the fortress. Boats go up to the windward mark, back down to a gate that was slightly biased on the left-hand side before, back up to the mark, again to the biased gate, up once more, and down to the finish. That's the racetrack. It's about 1.2 kilometers long, and it takes about 10 minutes to cover that.
Now Tim has been running around on the pontoon trying to get hold of sailors. Let's cross to him now. Tim.
Wait, yeah, be patient. You have to be down here. You guys from Copenhagen, right?
No, for example.
We're on. Okay, we're just chatting where the guys are from. We've got the Danish team with us that are leading, and I find it quite surprising that Danish, because yesterday all the Russians were leading, but today you seem to have a really good day, right, Chris, the helmsman?
Yeah, we have a great day so far. We won 3 and a third place in one, so we're almost a perfect day. In those kind of conditions, it's well, that's lucky.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask. How much luck is it?
It is a lot of luck, of course. It is tricky out here. You cannot know where to go, when to go, and so forth. But you need to be adjustable, I would say.
What's it like to sail here? You know, now we have a helicopter there, and you've got all these like kind of rich people around with huge boats passing by, a beautiful scenery. What's it like here for you guys?
Exactly, as you say, spectacular scenery. It's a fun place to be. Great sailing here. A lot of great competitors competing against us, and we're just hoping to hang on at the top.
Yeah, it's amazing, you know. And if you hang on to the top 13, which I assume, are you 4 going to go to Portocervo?
Yeah, because we've been sailing together a lot in the Melges and in the J70 in the sailing league, so we're definitely a crew together.
And do you sail around to other places too?
Yeah, we do a lot of Melges series, and then we are really looking forward to the Nord Stream race.
Oh yeah, when is that going to start?
24th of August in Kiel.
All right, I should be there.
It's a tight schedule.
Yeah, let's see. Maybe we'll meet you guys there. Thank you very much. It's great seeing you. You're wonderful sailors, guys. Enjoy your time here.
Thank you.
See you tonight. There's going to be a party tonight in that tent, so don't miss it.
Thanks.
See you later. Bye-bye, guys. Thanks.
Mine's already on the party. We've got one more race to go. And the countdown is about to begin to that race, the final race of Flight 10. And it is a mega important race, because featured amongst the 7 teams are the overall positions 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6. And even the remaining 2, we've got Russia 7 who are 14th, so still very much chasing a qualifying place in the top 30. And then we have the bottom team of from Trondheim in Norway, who of course are racing for pride. So there is absolutely everything to sail for on this last race of the day. No postponement flag yet, so that's good news, because we've had a few today. Fingers crossed we're going to get this away on schedule and in just a few minutes' time. So the numbers, the boats to look out for. Well, that's one of them, boat number 2 that's just gone through the picture with the grey bow. Boat number 2 features Club Voile Saint-Quentin of France, a club just outside Paris and currently sitting 3rd overall. Boat number 3 will be on board with our camera. There we go. Boat number 3, the blue-bowed boat, Ostlegal Sailing of Russia, currently sitting in second place overall. And it'll be interesting to see how they perform under pressure. Boat number 8 with the plain white bow, Almere Central of the Netherlands, they're 4th overall. Boat 5, the yellow boats, Regatta Club Bodensee of Switzerland, are 6th. Then we have boat 6, another Russian boat, Russia 7. They're in 14th overall and looking to make that top 13 qualification spot. And then comes Circolo Canottieri Agnene of Italy, a club based right in the centre of Rome. It's a rowing club, actually, and they're 5th overall. They were first. They were leading this regatta until their previous race, which proved to be a bit of a disaster for them. They finished well down the fleet. Can they come back? Everything to play for, and the last remaining team I haven't mentioned are in boat number 1 with a black bow, Trondheim Seilforening, which I believe is the Trondheim Sailing Club from Norway. How are things looking, Marcus?
Well, 2 minutes 20 into the race, and we have a slightly unusual situation. This time around, the line is biased towards the right, towards the starting boat. 10 degrees bias right there at the moment, but the wind is swinging back and forth all the time. You can see the line is leaning a little bit downward here. So I would expect boats to even more boats to start at the boat end, at the right-hand end of this line. And with 1 minute and 40 to go, boats are jockeying around for positions. Some boats still checking the wind a little bit further up. All the tacticians looking up the course for favorable winds, because you need to decide whether you want to go for the start advantage or for the first gust advantage, or ideally both.
So a minute and 15 seconds to go to the start of our final race of the day and our final race of Flight 10. None of these teams, despite them being up in the up at the top end of the leaderboard, can take first place off the leading Danish sailing club right now. There's too many points in it, but the battle for second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, the battle for the top 10 is very much at the centre of this race. Will they be thinking about that, or will they be just focused on racing their race on this short course?
You got to stay in the moment, always, especially with this kind of racing. But it's true for any sport, I think. You got to live in the moment, work in the moment, and don't worry about anything outside of that, because otherwise you mess up in the moment when it matters, really.
So just off the fort of Peter and Paul here in St. Petersburg is the start line. And with 10 seconds to go, we're on board Ostlegal Sailing of Russia as they edge and inch their way close to the start line. The race has begun.
Close to the start line and close to the boat. They started on the top end. Boats further down, starting further down, our Trondheim Sailing Club. Is that boat number 1?
So we've got the Norwegians leading the way with Regatta Club Bodensee of Switzerland right beside them on boat number 5. The French tack behind the Russians, and the Russians will have to take a decision on their course.
The start was won by Regatta Club Bodensee. Also really good start. The Dutch, who are heading out to the right-hand side. Nice split. Let's see who's going to win that. Regatta Club Bodensee remaining in the lead, but they already overstood the line. A little bit, doesn't hurt them. They just put down the pedal and speed up a little bit, and they're going to round first. Beautiful start by them and really easy lead. I can't believe how far away they already pulled.
So back with the live pictures, boat number 5, Regatta Club Bodensee of Switzerland, come to the mark first. Then come the Norwegians. But it's close between boat 3 and boat 1, so the Russians making the Norwegians really fight for this place. And it looks like the Russians have been pipped to that second place by the Norwegians. Round they go, boat number 3, Ostlegal Sailing of Russia in 3rd place. And now Almere Central of the Netherlands, round, I think, in 4th place. We'll just wait for confirmation of that. I think that boat, oh, it might be the red boats of Russia 7, yeah, in just behind them in 4th place. But there's no doubt who is leading this race right now. It is
Regatta Club Bodensee.
Number 1.
Regatta Club Bodensee putting themselves in 3rd place overall, if they can stay in this position, rounding the leeward gate now, which is still biased to the left side. Not as much as it was, but it still is. They are attacking straight away.
So now it's about the Norwegians staying in touch with the top boat.
We're looking from behind now, again, side view here around that mark.
Now the Italians, we haven't spoken about them yet. They're round in the middle of the fleet, sitting 5th overall in the standings. And currently sitting 4th in this race by the looks of that graphic. So up to the top mark for the second time. The Swiss round safely, but look at this battle for second place between the Norwegians and the Russians. And the Russians look like they're going to take that second place. And are the Norwegians going to drop down 2 places in that maneuver? Because the Italians have sneaked in on the inside to take 3rd place.
Oh, and do we have a collision here? No, they're peeling off to windward. Too much pressure on them. They had to keep clear.
And finally, Russia 7 at the rear of the fleet, rounding that mark. But let's move our way. Let's fly over the fleet and see how they stand. That's the Italians in the pink spinnaker, currently sitting in 3rd place.
And a nice lead on Regatta Club Bodensee.
One more lap to go after this gate. Can the Swiss hold on to their lead? Is there anything the Russians can do to close what is effectively a pretty small gap?
Well, if they go the same way, they don't have a chance, but you got to know when to bail out and when to get some leverage on your opponent, and that wasn't the right moment just now. A gust must have hit here that everybody is taking. It does look like they can already lay the mark. That's why everybody tagged. So a bit of a train ride right here and now. Not much they can do. So they can just go a little bit faster.
Almere Central of the Netherlands choosing the right side of the course out on their own on this closest sides as we look at it on the screen. But no change to the top 3.
And that is a super short leg. And you can see there's not much in it at all. Just one boat went around that right-hand side, and that gave him a lot of extra distance. So Regatta Club Bodensee rounding now.
Regatta Club Bodensee with 3 wins under their belts already in this regatta, on their way home on the final leg. As are the Germans right behind them. Look, there's not much in it, but these legs are so close.
It is close, but it's also really hard to pass in these direct courses where there's no tacks and jibes. Boats are heading straight down to the finish, but they have to put in one jibe now to make it to the favorite end of the finish line, which is the right-hand line. I'm pretty sure they're going to jibe into it. They're already preparing, but I think it's going to be easy for them to jibe. An attack by Ostlegal Sailing Club doesn't seem imminent or dangerous for them.
Well, they're almost there at the finish line now.
Well, I don't think they're going straight. Well, they're heading sort of towards the middle. Maybe they don't even have to do the jibe. They won't put in the jibe. They just bear away a little bit.
And there is the finish line, one end of it anyway, the committee boat. And Regatta Club Bodensee, 6th overall at the start of this race, will be moving up that standing as they cross the line in first place for the 4th time in this regatta, followed closely by Ostlegal Sailing of Russia. And then, who's going to take third? It's the Italians in third place, the Circolo Canottieri Agnene of Rome. And on the far side in 4th place, I think that's the Norwegians, yes, of Trondheim. So the last place team overall getting one of their best results, I think, with a 4th placed finish in this flight. Yeah, their best place position for the Norwegians, so they'll be very happy with that performance indeed. There's the winning boat, Regatta Club Bodensee of Switzerland, from St. Gallen on Lake Constance. Julian Flessati standing at the back, controlling the helm, 24 years old. It's a young team looking to the future. Swiss national champions, so plenty of pedigree. And 4th overall in St. Petersburg in the Champions League last year, this club. So where will they finish this time? Well, they're certainly doing well. They started 6th. And we'll get confirmation finally of where they finished in a few minutes' time as the data is collated and becomes official. That's the Italians we're looking at there. Little raising of the arms by their helmsman, Lorenzo Bressani.
And I'm just looking at how the overall results have evolved throughout the day, and it's quite interesting to see who is consistent, who is sailing stable. And one team that is up in 2nd place now is Ostlegal Sailing Club overall. So they've been very much up and down throughout the day, but now again in a nice 2nd place. But let's go from top, from the leaderboard.
Okay, so let's confirm this leaderboard then. After 2 days of racing and 10 flights, 30 races, Frederick Sail Club are top with 25.56 points. Then come Ostlegal Sailing with 28. So no changes to the top 2 or the top 3. Regatta Club Bodensee and their win in that last race moves them up into 3rd place. Circolo Canottieri Agnene of Italy are in 4th. Then comes the St. Petersburg Yacht Club in 5th. They've had a terrific day on the water as well, with a victory in their final race in Flight 10. And you can see the top 10 there. And in a moment, I'll be able to give you the next 3, because it's the top 13 that we're interested in. In 11th place comes Alanska Segelskarpet. In 12th, here we go, Yacht Club Scheveningen of Holland. And then Lord of the Sail of Russia come into 13th place. But look, that battle for the top 13, there's not many points in it, is there, between 13 and 18. So plenty to race for, not just at the top of the standings, but at the bottom as well tomorrow.
Yep, and that concludes flight number 10. Plenty more to go today, so all the results will be in the SAP Sailing Analytics for everybody to follow.
That's the end of our broadcast. Your favourite bit of learning from today's racing, from what you've seen, Marcus?
Well, I think St. Petersburg is a beautiful sailing venue. I'm very, very surprised at how well you can sail there, even in these most difficult conditions, with the wind blowing sideways to the river. I think we're getting very decent racing for these Champions League boats. So that's my takeaway of today. I don't think we have a clear winner yet. Looking at the analytics, we can see how results evolve over the regatta so far, and there is a progression for more stability in the overall leaderboard, but it's far from decided. And the best performance I saw today was Frederikshavn Sail Club. They put in a very consistent performance, came from lying fourth yesterday, then they dropped down to 8th, and they're now in a solid first place. Will be interesting to follow them further on in the next upcoming races.
And the screen that is in front of Marcus Bauer here in the commentary box, you can also access through the website sapsailing.com, and do get in touch through the whole of the social media. You can get hold of us on Instagram and on Facebook, but sapsailing.com has all the data and information that you need, especially if you're a sailor. There's stuff there. You can get really geeky, okay? You're really geeky on this website, and it's there for you, free of charge, sapsailing.com. Well, St. Petersburg putting on a great show here this Saturday, and we shouldn't be surprised, really, because it has hosted many of the world's top regattas. In September, it'll be centre stage again, as some of these crews return here as part of the Nord Stream race across the Baltic. And it all kicks off August the 25th, a fascinating race, Marcus.
Yeah, with 5 teams from 5 national leagues taking each other on in beautiful Swan 50 boats, wonderful boats. It's going to be a very exciting race along the Nord Stream idea of the Nord Stream pipeline and Nord Stream race that's sponsored by Gazprom.
And across the Baltic as well. Expect any possible sort of conditions for that race. But right now, right here in St. Petersburg, the talk is all about the Sailing Champions League. It's been a great weekend so far. We've had some fascinating racing, some really tricky conditions. And the conditions, we're promised by the weather forecasters, will be completely different tomorrow. So there's everything to play for as these teams from 11 different nations fight to make it into the top 13. Just before we go, let's rejoin Tim out on the pontoon for the very last time today.
So to wind up this beautiful, interesting, crazy and wild day, we have the founder again with us, Olli Schwall, who founded this whole, well, he just started out of nowhere, and all of a sudden we have got this huge event, and then you've got a day like today, which you didn't expect either, did you?
No, it was a kind of crazy day, absolutely. But, I mean, I think the race committee made the best out of it. I mean, we had really shifty conditions. It was gusty. It was a very short course race because we have not too much space in this area. We have southern wind, which is not very usual. So very, very short races. Usually we sail 2 laps, now we had 3 laps. And then the strong current. So this was a really demanding day for everybody, for the race committee and for the sailors.
And then again you have seagrass, for example. Oh, you have all these waves from the boats. It's been a rough day, we must say.
Yeah, it was tough for the sailors. But at the end, you know, the rules are the same for all the competitors. And if you look into the results, you can see that some of the top favorites are in the lead. It's still open, and we're going to sail today as long as we can. I know we're going to stop the broadcast now, but I think we're going to sail at least until 6 or 7 o'clock. Tomorrow we'll have really bad wind,
And rain.
So the weather is really getting better. So I hope that we today make it in a way that we tomorrow have not more than perhaps 3 flights, which will be 9 races, and then I think we all can be very happy with the venue here.
Yeah. Let's just look ahead. So when this is over, I think August 24th, the Nord Stream race is going to start. Tell us a bit about that, because we're going to see many sailors from here there.
Yes, this was an idea created here in St. Petersburg, by the way. I mean, last year we had a discussion with the yacht club. They hosting the Nord Stream race since many, many years. It's a race with super yachts among the pipeline, the Nord Stream pipeline.
The Swan 50.
Yeah, now they're going to change brand new boats. It's the new Club Swan 50. Swan is one of the sponsors and supporters of this race, so we have 5 brand new boats. And the winners of the national leagues from Germany, from Denmark, from Sweden, Finland and Russia, the winners of last year, they're going to battle in this Nord Stream race against each other. It's an offshore race, so we have...
Exactly, it's totally different from here. It's not a short like go back and forth, but you go overnight.
Yeah, we're going to start in Kiel, and then we have an overnight race to Copenhagen. Then there's a stopover. Then we have inshore races in Copenhagen. And then there's an offshore race to Stockholm, again, offshore race and inshore race. And then to Helsinki. Again, inshore races, and then the finish will be here in beautiful St. Petersburg.
Well, how long does that take? Is that a week?
Overall, it's about 18 days. So
18?
Yeah. We have, with the stopovers, I mean, we have booked hotel for the whole team and for the sailors. So it's a totally different challenge, but it's built upon the idea of league sailing. So we want to have the best sailing clubs competing in this race.
What about live coverage? Can you cover that on the high seas?
No, we're going to have a lot of, social media production. We're going to have highlight days videos every day. We're going to have Twitter. We're going to do a lot on Facebook and on Instagram. So, but no live coverage. That doesn't make sense. The race is too long.
It's just impossible. On the seas, you don't have any coverage, so that's impossible.
Yeah, but we have onboard cameras, so we can see a lot of action, what's going on the boats.
Well, we're really looking forward to that. Thank you very much, Ollie.
Thank you.
Let's enjoy the last hours without rain. And then let's go into the tent. There's going to be a little party tonight, which we're looking forward to, right?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you for your efforts, Tim. We'll be back with Tim Cruz throughout tomorrow as he brings us reaction off the water and off the pontoon throughout the day as this Sailing Champions League comes to a conclusion. Well done to Frederick Schaven Sail Club of Denmark. They finished top of the standings overnight. But who will be there at this time tomorrow? Join us at 12 o'clock St. Petersburg time, which I believe is 11 o'clock Central European time, 9 o'clock GMT. We'll be live with you on this platform. But for now, we were hoping to say goodbye from our lovely outdoor studio, but I think the set's been taken away to act as a cocktail bar at the Sailors' Party this afternoon, or this evening. So we're going to say goodbye from the commentary box for now. We'll be back with the concluding day of action from St. Petersburg, midday Russia time tomorrow. From Marcus Bauer and from me, Alec Wilkinson, it's goodbye.